AVIC International and these institutions offers a platform for practical learning and for students to embrace technical skills development.
As you can see here, we have about 21 sets of CNC machines. In the other lab also we have another set of conventional machines that came in through this collaboration.
While on a tour of the institute, AVIC International chairperson and chief executive said that through the collaboration with Kenyan institutions, AVIC International would share the industrialization experience of China and add to the local culture.
肯尼亚是一个年轻的国家，其中70%以上的人口
Kenya is a young country with more than 70% of its population aged under 35. These young people are in urgent need of vocational training. Kenya's Vision 2030 aims to transform the country into a newly industrializing middle-income country. To realize this also requires a number of youth qualified with professional skills. Seeing China's experiences in the development of past decades and also in vocational education, we found that skills in mechanics as well as electronic and electric fields are the most important in industrial development. That's why we want to cooperate with the Kenyan side.
Beyond the mechanical equipment, AVIC International is also offering vocational skills training in the hope that it will improve the job skills of the local youth and promote the combination of production and learning.
With this, we are able to make a wide array of basically parts. We can make spare parts for vehicles. We can make spare parts for plants. Basically, plants includes factories. Sometimes you may have a broken down part that needs maintenance or replacement. We can come and do it here. So basically, we are talking, we can, you name it. You see a part, we can do it.
With these machines, right now, I'm able to design something. I am able to design something using a software. Let's say solid come apart, and I generate the codes and come machine it in using the same machines.
Well, so far, about 92 mechanical engineering machines have been installed in this technical institution. And thanks to the partnership between AVIC and Kenya, the students here are now able to locally manufacture such products. These products could soon be exported to other countries, a major milestone in actualizing Kenya's Vision 2030. Susan Mungeli, CCTV in Nairobi, Kenya.
The Technical University of Kenya was first established as the Royal Technical College of East Africa in 1961. In January 1967, it was registered by the Ministry of Education as the Kenya Polytechnic, with an enrollment of 2,075 students. The institution's principal objective was to train in technical fields including architecture, surveying, and planning. Later, it expanded its scope to training vocational subjects such as business studies and management, hospitality and hotel management, health sciences and technology, as well as design and printing. In 2008, Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to Kenya Polytechnic University College and would offer degree courses as well as the traditional technical, vocational education and training programs. The Technical University of Kenya TUK was established through the elevation of the Kenya Polytechnic University College to full university status and awarded a charter in 2013. TUK has since held 8 graduation ceremonies. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the university held virtually the 8th and 9th graduation ceremonies. On 30th July 2021, a total of 1,400 graduates were conferred with postgraduate and undergraduate degrees and diploma certificates. This is how the ceremony proceeded.
Technical University of Kenya is located in Nairobi's Central Business District. Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
The Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030 is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things or products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college, it was established as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, which meant that it could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
By these presents, be it known that in exercise of the powers conferred upon me under the Universities Act number 42 of the year 2012, I, Mwai Kibaki, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, hereby grant the charter annexed hereto to the Technical University of Kenya on this 15th day of January in the year of our Lord 2013. Thank you.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting state-of-the-art software. The future of engineering is dependent on using the tools and techniques that engineers and manufacturers and industries using out there. So the kind of training provided at the Technical University is one which is state-of-the-art.
Our students are innovators. They graduate with skills and confidence to thrive in today's competitive job market.
So our school doesn't really limit us to just classwork. They help us get there. They help us broaden our wings, so to say. They help us get to places I don't think I would have gotten to if I wasn't here.
UK offers a special kind of a course, BTech. I studied BTech in journalism and mass communication. That BTech means you get, yes, the theory part, and in addition to that, you get the practical part. So that at the end of the 4 years, the 5 years, or the 6 years, you have the practical and the theoretical. You can easily even start up your own company for whatever you studied in.
TUK students not only excel in academics, we also encourage them to nurture their talents in other disciplines. We boast an impressive alumni who work in leading corporations in Kenya and across the world. Some of these include Kenya Airways and major airports such as JKIA. When you walk alone, you walk fast, but when you walk with others, you go further. TUK has partnered with other institutions, expanding our research and training capacity. Some of the institutions TUK is collaborating with include the following international universities: Augsburg University in Germany, Politecnico di Milano in Italy, Technical University of Munich, Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa, Southern Utah University in the US, and Leeds University in Great Britain. At TUK, we believe in corporate social responsibility and impacting communities around us positively. Our motto is education and training for the real world. The Technical University of Kenya is giving the next generation of scientists, technicians, innovators and leaders the skills they will need to leave a lasting legacy in the world. Technical University of Kenya is located in Nairobi's Central Business District. Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
The Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya, and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030, which is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things, of products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college, it was established as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, which meant that it could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
By these presents, be it known that in exercise of the powers conferred upon me under the Universities Act number 42 of the year 2012, I, Mwai Kibaki, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, hereby grant the charter annexed hereto to the Technical University of Kenya on this 15th day of January in the year of our Lord 2013. Thank you.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting state-of-the-art software. The future of engineering is dependent on using the tools and techniques that engineers and manufacturers and industries using out there. So the kind of training provided at the technical university is one which is state-of-the-art.
Our students are innovators. They graduate with skills and confidence to thrive in today's competitive job market.
So our school doesn't really limit us to just classwork. They help us get there, they help us broaden our wings, so to say. They help us get to places I don't think I would have gotten to if I wasn't here.
UK offers a special kind of a course, BTech. I studied BTech in journalism and mass communication. That BTech means you get, yes, the theory part, and in addition to that, you get the practical part. So that at the end of the 4 years, the 5 years, or the 6 years, you have the practical and the theoretical. You can easily even start up your own company for whatever you studied in.
TUK students not only excel in academics, we also encourage them to nurture their talents in other disciplines. We boast an impressive alumni who work in leading corporations in Kenya.
Yes, morning students. Today is another day for our orientation at the Technical University of Kenya. Today we are going to be orientating you on health services. How is the university prepared to take care of your health while you are going to be with us here? This orientation is going to be done through the Directorate of Health, Safety and Wellness. It is one of the administrative directorates in the university under the university registrar. And the purpose of this is because you cannot be in this kind of environment without somebody taking care of your health. So TUK is committed to provide reasonable health services to its students, and that's a commitment we have made. we know that optimal medical condition for a learner is a requirement for success in academics. However, health resources are also scarce and expensive, and as such, they must be used prudently. Parents, guardians will be expected to take overall responsibility of their dependents' health. In as much as you are going to be here, we are not going to deny your relatives that responsibility, but we are just going to supplement what they are able to do. So the purpose of health, safety, and wellness services in TUK is to fulfill basic preventive and curative healthcare needs to students, and to supplement the effort by the parents or the guardians. And in this, we are going to mitigate against the spread and effects of HIV/AIDS, alcohol and drug abuse, and other lifestyle diseases. We are going to sensitize you on issues of disability and occupational safety and health, and even gender-based violence. We are going to offer preventive health care that is associated with an academic environment. Now, as a student, what will be the qualification to get medical attention? What do you need to have? You only need to be a student who is fully paid up at the Technical University of Kenya. For you to get medical attention, you should be on session. There are times when you are off session, maybe you are on leave, holidays, you don't get medical attention, but we give you attention when you are on session. And when you come for medical attention, you must be ready to provide identification documents for authenticity, so that we don't have cases of people impersonating as students and getting medical attention. Where are you going to be treated? We have a health center at the main campus of the Technical University of Kenya, and if you have not visited it, you may need just to visit it. And we also have a memorandum of understanding with Kenyatta National Hospital, where you can be referred for escalation of management. In case we cannot handle you here, you will need to be taken to Kenyatta. Our health center at the main campus is open on weekdays from 7:30 to 6 p.m. every day, and over the weekends from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and on Sundays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Public holidays from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We have a standby doctor at night and at odd hours, maybe over the weekend, and they are stationed at South B men's hostels and women's hostels in Upper Hill. We would really encourage you to seek medical attention the earliest time possible, not to wait when you feel sick during the day to wait for the night, because it might delay at night because of issues like curfew and all that. In case you are unwell and you are not within the campus, you can call your school student representative or any member of staff in the university who will be able to link you up with us, or even security. And we have an emergency line for students. That is very important for them. And the emergency line is 0735 860 611. That's our emergency line. Seeking medical attention, you need to come with your identification documents, as I have said. You will need to follow procedures as will be directed by the Medical Records Office. And you'll be expected to seek medical attention promptly, preferably within the times scheduled, unless during an emergency. You will comply with the requirements and declare medical condition. I need to mention here that in this declaration of medical condition, before you are admitted, you are expected to fill in a pre-university medical entrance form, which I believe most of you have done so, and you did it online. Now, we approved your medical form online, but there are some of you who could be having chronic medical problems, who could be on regular medications. We indicated in the online form during the approval that we need to see you physically for further examination, so that we need to be prepared to have the drugs maybe which you are using regularly in our setup. So at this juncture, I would like to ask any student who could be on regular medication or having a chronic or a special medical condition, after reporting, you make time and see us at the clinic. Because we have not seen you, we just saw your forms online. Please come and see us in the clinic with any documents from the doctor who has been treating you elsewhere, with any drugs which you have been using, so that we get prepared to continue helping you. Because again, if you don't come and you could be using special drugs, we might not be having them in our clinic. So that's why you need to come, so that we assess you and get prepared for you. So that's very, very important. So if you could be having hypertension, diabetes, or any other condition, please do so. Unwanted health-seeking behavior. Seeking medical attention late is not good for your health. Sharing drugs. Students like sharing drugs. So you have headache, we give you a drug for headache, you can't share with another colleague who is complaining of headache. Don't do that. They normally do this in the spirit of comradeship. That's not expected. Faking severity of illness in order to get favors. Sometimes you might not want to do an exam, and then you come complaining that you are unwell. Again, we are very strict on this. If you are sick, we will help you appropriately, but don't fake illness for any kind of favor. Impersonation. A colleague, a friend of yours has lost his identification card. Then you borrow from somebody to come to the clinic to be treated in the friend's name. Any form of fraud or misuse or rudeness will not be tolerated. Other aspects of service delivery which you need to be aware of. Admissions are only permissible in public health institutions. That is very, very important. Take this. Call that lady, tell her to give me 40 minutes. Admissions are only permissible in public health institutions. Outpatient service is only permissible at the TUK Health Center and any other authorized place by referral. So you only need to come to our place or any other authorized place where we will refer you. Parents and guardians are expected to supplement health services, so that if your parent takes care of you maybe when you are unwell at home, that is what we expect. And don't come for a refund because of that. No refund shall be given for any medical treatment for students. Health services seek-off and academics. Those who are medically unwell and cannot continue with the academics like classes and exams must seek prior seek-off. Seek-off will not be post-dated. That means you missed your exam, then you are coming 2 weeks thereafter for us to give you a seek-off. That will not happen. You need to get that sick off before or during that exam immediately. Don't come later. All sick off or any medical information from outside TUK must be authenticated by the TUK doctor. So don't come with a sick off from somewhere in Kwale and you take it to your head of department before we approve it at the health services for authenticity purposes. And any letter to justify sickness will not be post-dated. All these regulations, sometimes they might not apply in case of emergencies. Because during emergencies, you can be sick and you are in ICU. You might not have time to come and tell us you are unwell. So that one we will consider, the nature of your illness. Ambulance services. All who need treatment must make sure they reach TUK health services. The ambulance will only be used within the precincts of TUK and authorized health delivery points like clinics and hospitals. Sometimes we get calls to pick students from areas which are even risky to the ambulance driver, even at night. And sometimes we might not be very sure whether the person calling is a student or not, or they are just conmen. And it has happened before, where we have been hijacked. So please, if you are unwell, go to the nearest facility. They will be able to start the care, then we will pick you from that hospital. But don't wait at home, because the situation might worsen when you are just waiting at home. And it will be very difficult to tell us to pick you from one of the streets in Kibera, for example, where the ambulance might not even navigate and it is at night and the roads are not even working well. So the ambulance will not be used to collect students from areas of residence for treatment. Go to the nearest health facility. The ambulance will only carry and transport the deserving patient and not any other person unless as authorized by the health service provider. And the ambulance service will be there on a 24-hour basis for those in need. Exclusions, what are we not going to be taking care of when you are a student here? Non-conventional medical treatment. If you are being treated by a herbalist and you want us to take care of you there, we will not do that. If a herbalist gives you drugs, we will not be able to give you that one. That one will be on your own. Beauty treatment. If you want your teeth to be cleaner, you want to be light-skinned, we are not going to take care of that. Non-progressive congenital malformations. Maybe you are born with a defect, probably maybe with the eye, and you want us now to correct it today, and you have been with it for the last 20 years. That one we don't take care of. And any treatment which, in the opinion of the health service provider, is not necessary. If we think that treatment is not necessary, then we are not going to give it. We are not going to take care of maternity services for students. Maternity, that means you are pregnant, you want to go to the clinic, you want to go out to deliver. And we are also not going to take care of dental and optical treatments unless the dental problem is as a result of an accident, or the optical problem could be as a result of an accident. But generally, we don't take care of dental or optical treatments, and that one is taken care of by your relatives. Medical appliances. Sometimes you'd want a stretcher or a wheelchair to be using at home. Sometimes you might want a glucometer for measuring your blood sugar. We will not buy those ones for you. Vaccinations, we normally give students vaccines, but vaccines which are not provided for as part of academic requirement. There are some vaccines which you could be giving medical students, for example, because they are medical students, like hepatitis. That one we will provide. But if you want to get influenza vaccine, for example, for your own protection, that one we don't provide. Health education and sensitization. We are going to be providing periodic health sensitization on HIV/AIDS and aspects like disability and alcohol and drug abuse. We are going to be training students on first aid, because that's a statutory requirement. I will be carrying that out. So students who are interested in first aid training or in medical issues, we are there for you. We are going to be doing voluntary counseling and testing for HIV/AIDS, voluntary counseling and testing for alcohol and drug abuse, and voluntary counseling and testing for issues which could be related to, for example, marital problems. If in case you are married, we will be able to offer you counseling services for that. We have peer counselors whom we are going to train amongst the students to help you. On HIV/AIDS, you know, it is one of the common diseases. Actually, it's a pandemic. It's one of the main killers, and it's common even in universities. And on that, we are going to be advising you, and somebody is going to talk about it, to avoid risky sexual behavior and to avoid alcohol and drug abuse. However, at our health center, we are going to manage HIV/AIDS very well, because we have drugs, we have ARVs, and we have prophylaxis, which we are going to be able to give you. On alcohol and drug abuse, you are going to have a whole session on that, but you must realize that it's a major reason for discontinuation of studies in universities. It's a major reason for poor academic progress in the universities, and it contributes to ill health and HIV/AIDS. It contributes to indiscipline and financial challenges in the universities. So be warned not to take alcohol, tobacco, bang, mira, and the others. And we also advise you not to associate with people who indulge in such drugs. So alcohol and drugs are addictive, and please, we urge you not to try them when you come to the university. There will be a session after me for that. On disability mainstreaming, we are sensitive to students with disability, so you should not be shy when you join us if you have any kind of disability. Remember, disability is any physical, sensory, mental, and other impairment which impacts adversely on your social, economic, and environmental participation. TUK is compliant with requirements of persons with disability, including students. Any student with disability should report to us, or we have a committee for any disability-related orientation. You might require some special services as a student living with disability, and if you inform us about what you need, we will provide that for you, provided you come to us earlier so that you give us time to prepare. If you want a wheelchair, we will provide it for you. If you want a guide, we will provide that for you, so you need to see us early. On occupational health and safety tips, this concerns your health and safety within TUK and its campuses. It includes things like fire safety, safety within the laboratories because you are going to be doing practicals, safety in classes and workshop, and safety when you are climbing heights. But for now, we will advise you not to vandalize any firefighting equipment which you will find in the university. Don't vandalize sockets or even manholes, because sometimes you walk in the streets in the university, you find manhole covers are removed. That becomes a risk to other people. Don't vandalize lighting equipment, and don't leave taps running openly. So those are key things which I'll mention for you here. But we have a whole talk on that. But it's very, very important that we safeguard our occupational health and safety. I will also advise you to minimize activities at night. Maybe you walk alone in the streets of Nairobi at night or while drunk. We would prefer that in the evening, maybe when you happen to be going home late, be in some form of groups, walk in groups. That would be better for you. Because from experience, we have students who have gotten injured at night when they are walking alone, and we have managed them. And I would not like that fate to befall any of us. Because sometimes at night it is risky. On behavior change, we are going to talk to you about this. But it is important to mention that university, there's a lot of freedom. Unlike a restricted environment where you are in high school, where you have the master on duty walking around in the evening to make sure that you have gone to sleep. Here, nothing like that will happen. So you don't have that kind of control. There's very minimal parental control. You are a grown-up. There's a lot of academic freedom, and there's a lot of peer pressure. Please take guard of this, because issues of alcohol and drug abuse, HIV, failure in academics, poor morals are very much close to your behavior when you come here. This is a simple statement I'm making, but it means a lot to all of us. We want you to attain the goal or the reason why you are here in this university. So I'll not talk much about behavior change because somebody is coming behind to talk about it. But you remember, there is positive reinforcement in behavior, there's negative reinforcement, there's positive punishment, and negative punishment. So if you don't change your behavior and you get into bad company, probably you might have challenges with doing your exams or failing your exams or getting poor grades. You might get into alcohol and drugs. And some of these things are very negative for you. But if you do very well, there's positive reinforcement. You are going to come out of this place with a first-class honors and get a good job as a good engineer, for example. So please, behavior is going to be very, very important so that we don't get poor academic progress, we don't get into drug addiction, and you don't get poor morals. Any complaints and questions about health service delivery shall be promptly directed to the Chief Medical Officer. I am the Chief Medical Officer, or anybody at the Health, Safety and Wellness Services or at the clinic. If you have anything concerning your health and well-being, the clinic is there for you. But remember, as I finish, nobody can keep your health better than yourself. So please comply. And we have not had challenges with students in terms of their health and wellness in this university. A number, almost all of them have done very well. They have kept to our advice, and we have always appreciated that. So thanks a lot, students. That was orientation on the health services and what we provide in the university. Stay tuned, because after me, we are going to have somebody talking to you about HIV, AIDS. Then after that, there will be somebody talking to you about behavior change. And then there will be something on mental health and alcohol and drug abuse. I'll address a few questions which you have here. Christine, you are asking whether it is mandatory to do an X-ray that must be accompanied by medical examination form. Yet one has already uploaded the medical examination form which has been verified. The answer to this is that it is mandatory to do this X-ray, and we will want to see this X-ray either when it is uploaded online, we'll approve it there, and it must be accompanied by a report on it. So this is very mandatory, and some of you, and we have indicated this one online for those people who didn't upload it, or some of you faked. Some of you faked this medical examination form. Some of you faked an X-ray. We were able to tell that. So please, we will want an original one, and it is mandatory to do it. Why? Because we want to make you safe, and we want to make others safe for you. Because we would not like a student to come here with TB and to infect all other students. TB is airborne, and if I have it, I will spread it to all those people in my class. So that's why we want everybody to come with an X-ray. And we have verified a number of them, and we have rejected a number of them. So please, the X-ray is mandatory. Kendi, you are asking how long does the medical report, once uploaded, take to be verified? It should take very short. During our verification process this time round, maybe it took around 1 day because so many students were uploading at the same time. But if you upload it now, it's going to take less than 1 day for us to verify it. And if you have a challenge with that, or maybe we have not seen it, please just come and see us or call us, and we'll be able to respond to you. I've already given you our emergency line. One of you is asking, I have a procedure scheduled for October and will not be able to report in October. Who do I need to communicate to, and will you allow me to join in January? Now, if you have a medical procedure in October, first of all, you need to communicate with your head of department. If you already know which department you are going to be in, you communicate with your head of department. But if you do not know that because you have not reported, communicate with our academic registrar. The focal person there is academic registrar who should be able to help you if you are not able to report. And please do it promptly so that your chance is not taken away from you. Because the academic registrar will give a report of how many have not reported and how many have reported. Those are the questions which I'm able to address, but there are more coming. Does TUK Health Facility accept insurance? Yes, we accept insurance, because with the insurance, we will be able to link you up with other medical facility to take care of you in terms of insurance. However, at our facility, you will be treated free of charge. You remember there's a medical fee of 2,000 per academic year. Once you pay that, you will be treated free of charge. But when you have a medical insurance, bring it to us and we will be able to see how to link you up with any facility of your choice based on your insurance. So thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. If you have other questions, the facilitator or the speaker coming after me will also be able to answer more of those questions, even if I don't answer all of them. So please feel free to ask those questions. Otherwise, for this time around, I'm handing over to my other colleague who will introduce herself and continue with HIV/AIDS. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning. My name is Sylvie Felicia, and I work at the University Health and Wellness Services as a nursing officer. I'm also a certified HIV/AIDS specialist as well as certified mental health practitioner. I'm here to talk to you about HIV and sexually transmitted diseases, the STIs. In an overview, we'll talk about what the STIs are, the mode of transmission, how they are spread, the types of infections that are there, prevention, how you can be able to protect yourself, and testing, where you can be able to get tested. So basically, sexually transmitted infections are infections that are spread through sexual contact. Irrespective of the type of sexual contact, it could be mouth, that is oral, it could be vaginal, it could be anal, or it could be through the skin. For any infection to take place, there must be a mode of transmission, and there must be fluid interchange for an infection to take place. So these are some of the body fluids. We have semen, we have vaginal fluid, we have blood, we have fluid in sores, let's say burns, we have saliva, we have tears, we have sweat. All those are body fluids, urine, and wax from the ears. So they are rated from very infectious to less infectious, starting from the semen and the vaginal fluid. Mode of transmission, we have risk, high risk and low risk transmission. And you find that there are things that we do on normal basis, things like hugging, kissing, dancing. So it's rated according to how transmission takes place. We have sitting on toilets, we have sharing lip balms, we have having a faithful partner, single partner, massage, tattooing. All those are ways in which a sexually transmitted disease can be spread, but some are high risk and some are low risk. So for the sexually transmitted diseases, they are grouped according to the type and according to what pathogen or what germ is causing it. So we have the bacterial and we have the viral. Bacterial basically are things like chlamydia, if you've heard of this, maybe in your high school or in the network. We have gonorrhea, we have syphilis. Those are bacterial and they are treatable. But if not treated, they cause complications. Then we have the viral. In viral, we have HIV, we have herpes, we have HPV virus, we have hepatitis B. These are infections that don't have cure, but medications are available just to release the symptoms, and you pass them to other people for the rest of your life. So I'll just go through shortly, just a brief overview of each of these. We have the chlamydia. Chlamydia is a common bacterial infection, sexually transmitted, and it's highest in adolescents. It's, if not treated, it affects body organs like the birth canal, the rectum, the eyes, the throat, and 50% of people present with no symptoms, but 50% will present with symptoms. The good thing about chlamydia is that it's treatable. We have gonorrhea. Gonorrhea is the second commonest bacterial infection, sexual that is, and it affects the body organs like birth canal, rectum, the throat, the eyes. It is also treatable. It has no symptoms, especially in females, But in males, it's quite conspicuous. It's painful urination, discharge, and abdominal pain. The good thing about it is that it's treatable. We have syphilis, which is also bacterial. And syphilis, it's spread and comes in 3 stages. We have a primary stage, secondary stage, and a latent stage, which is in later years. So primary stage takes about 3 months, and it starts with a small painful sore that disappears. At times people don't notice that it's a sexually transmitted infection, but you just have that small pimple. Then after about 3 months, you go to the secondary stage, where now someone presents with a rash on the body, on the hands, painfuls, the hair starts dropping off, and start feeling unwellish. And at times you find that some people go to seek treatment. Maybe they just go to a chemist and buy medication, not knowing what they are suffering from. Then the third part is the latent, which comes in later years, which comes as lesions on the body, swellings, that is, and it keeps recurring. Next, in complications, if this syphilis is not treated, picked up early and treated, it goes to the tertiary syphilis, which damages now the body organs, to include the blood vessels, the heart, and the brain. And eventually, if still not treated, syphilis actually leads to death. Another sexually transmitted disease is the herpes. This is now viral. We have the genital herpes, which is the herpes simplex virus. They have 2 types, type 1 and type 2. Type 1 is where you find someone gets multiple sores on the mouth, painful sores. And type 2, herpes simplex, small pimples, many painful red pimples on the genitals. It's viral, very painful, and they cause blisters. Spread, mode of spread is mainly through sexual and also through oral sex. And symptoms can be relieved, but there is no cure for this. Next, under herpes, other symptoms include a burning sensation on the skin, like something is walking under your skin. The painful sores I've talked about, inflammation and redness, fever, muscle pain, and swelling of the nodes that are adjacent to the affected area. Another sexually transmitted disease is hepatitis B. Possibly you've heard about this right from high school. It's a virus that affects the liver. 90% of people who are infected naturally are able to fight off the disease, but a certain percent are not able to. So they develop chronic hepatitis B in life, which leads to liver damage and what you call liver cirrhosis, and eventually cancer. There is no cure for this, but vaccination to prevent hepatitis B is available. And also there is treatment, antivirals that are available just to control the illness. And on the screen, we have an example of a complication of hepatitis B, a lady with hepatitis B. This is what hepatitis B, if not intervened early, can lead to. The next sexually transmitted disease is human papillomavirus, or the HPV, commonly known as the genital warts. It's one of the commonest STIs. About 75% of people who are infected with HPV during their lifetime, and there are over 100 types of this virus. The low-risk HPV causes genital warts, and the high-risk HPV type causes cervix cancer. There is no cure to it, but there is vaccination available for girls who have not had sex in their lives, the virgins. HPV symptoms are more or less someone stays without symptoms initially, then later on They get discomfort during sex and itchiness. Then we also have what is called the pubic lice and the scabies. These are infections that are not viral or bacterial, but they are parasites that can be spread sexually. The pubic lice are small crabs or insects that get into the skin, and they hide in the pubic hair, and they feed on your blood. The scabies are mites that bury under the skin, and they lay their eggs there. Then they cause discomfort, but these are treatable. So that's an example on the screen of a pubic louse. You see how it looks like, whitish in color, yellowish. Preventable by basic hygiene and treatable if one gets infected. That's an example of a mite, a scabies mite. On the skin, it's gray and it hides under the skin. So those is just a brief overview of sexually transmitted diseases that are common in Kenya, in Nairobi, as people being in Nairobi. So as you get into the city, you need to know, it's important to know what kind of infections that are there and what we can be able to do to prevent or to keep safe. So I've also talked about HIV, I mentioned. Now I'm going to get deeper into what HIV is and how we can be able to stop it or prevent it. And eventually I'll get to just an overview of prevention of STIs generally, HIV inclusive. So HIV, you'd ask yourself, why are we talking about HIV and STIs? It's because these things are a reality. Many people just think that they don't exist. In fact, there are people, if you tell them about syphilis, they don't believe that this thing exists, or HIV. But it's a reality, it's there. There are a lot of myths. People believe HIV does not exist. It's caused by taboos or that kind of thing. But it's not true. It does exist. And that's why we take our time to at least let you know that it does exist. There's a lot of ignorance as well out there about HIV. People believe so many crazy things that you can have, let's say an example, you can have sex with a young virgin, then you get cured of HIV. Those are some of the things people believe but are not true. It's also important because of peer pressure, getting away from your parents and coming to the city. You'll find friends maybe you initially did not have, who you may end up in bad company and find that you've gotten infected when you left your parents' home or your guardian's home uninfected. So what is HIV? HIV is a virus. In full, it's called the human immune deficiency virus. You probably have heard about it in high school. As by the way, a virus that destroys the immune system over a period of time. So by that, it robs your ability to be able to fight infections and illness. This virus is present in any body fluid. Any body fluid that is infected can be able to infect you. And these body fluids include the blood, we have the semen, we have the vaginal fluid, we have the breast milk. All those can be able to infect you. Now, I'll talk about statistics of HIV in Kenya. Currently, we have a prevalence rate of 4.9% of HIV as per 2020 statistics. We have 1.7 million adolescents who are currently infected in Kenya, and this makes about 5% of people who are living with HIV. 60% of that 5% are between the ages of 15 and 19, which is about the age of many of you as you join university. In Kenya, 16% of persons living with HIV are adolescents, and 13% of new infections are actually adolescents. So that's why we are stressing on HIV. Also in Kenya, we find that 23% of adolescent girls only have been tested, and 17% of the boys have been tested. So quite a big fraction has not been tested. Prevalence of HIV in Kenya is there on the screen. You can see the top 10 counties. All the counties are there, the top 10 that have the high prevalence of HIV, right there from Homa Bay, Siaya, Migori. Nairobi is also among the top 10, unfortunately. So we are here with it, and we have to look for ways of being able to cope with the HIV. We have the last 10 counties like Wajir, Tana River, down there. So it doesn't mean that because they are down there, there is no HIV. It's still there, but at a low rate compared to the top 10. So next we have the sources of infections, of new infections. There are so many ways. I've talked that where there is any body fluid, you can be able to transmit to someone. And this may include having sex, men who have sex with men. That is a very high risk, as you can see there, because of the friction that is there during anal sex. Then we have heterosexual sex, which is also quite high, because that is what is mostly common, and you find that a lot of infections take place during that. So HIV/AIDS signs and symptoms, they take place from 2 to 4 weeks, then disappears, just like a flu, then disappears and comes back later on. And you find that many people have no symptoms until years later. After exposure is when they come to realize, oh, they got infected at one time. So the only way to be able to know if you may be having HIV is to test. We encourage people to test here at TUC so that we can be able to help. HIV and STI prevention generally, our aim is normally to prevent the spread of that infected fluid that I talked about. The best way to prevent getting an STI or HIV, of course, is abstinence, which is 100% effective, but it's not really very possible for everyone. So we look for plan B. Number 2, avoid sharing needles or sharps. Like you are getting to the hostels, you have a roommate, you find that you can be tempted to share sharp needles with the roommate, which can prick you, and it has pricked her, and you put yourself at risk. Another prevention method is having one mutual faithful partner who is uninfected. You can see I've italicked uninfected. Yeah, you may have a sexual partner who is one, but who is infected. So if you ask yourself, is it possible that you can have this person uninfected throughout? If not, then go to the next. Another way of preventing is, of course, getting tested for STIs and getting treatment. If you present with any of those symptoms that I've been talking about, kindly come to the clinic. Another way of preventing is condomizing. Yeah, we've said we are not sure whether you'll have that uninfected sexual partner who is faithful. So if it's difficult, then use a condom. Yeah, and condoms are available. We have them at TUC, we have them at different strategic points in the university and in the hostels. Use a safe latex condom that has spermicides so as to prevent infection. Why am I talking about safe? Yeah, because you find that there are people who get, students who go, you get condoms, maybe they've not been kept safely, some have expired, they use, and these condoms burst. Then they end up getting infections. So with me here I have a female condom. This is a female condom, and this is a male condom. So these are available at the clinic. And if you are to use any of this, you need to use it correctly. Use the condom correctly, whereby you get a condom, ensure that it's sealed. Look at the expiry date. Is it expired? If it's expired, don't use. If it's not expired, then you can be able to use it. So tear your condom. Don't bite. If you bite, you can prick and fluid leaks out. So bite the condom tear the condom without biting. And this is how the condom looks like. Yeah. So with this, you just need to hold the tip of the condom and insert the condom onto the penile or the penis correctly. As you hold that top part. So once you put it there, then you roll it down until the end. Then you are safe to have your sexual intercourse. Yeah. After use of condom, again, many people get infected. They've used a condom, but they still infect themselves after the use, because as they remove this condom, they've already had their pleasure. They don't remember that they have to still protect themselves. So they remove, and the tip of the penis gets in touch with the fluid. So as you remove, you need to remove it in such a way that you hold the tip, the end, so that no fluid leaks out, and move away. Then tie it, wrap it up in a tissue paper, and discard it in a dustbin. So that is the safest way of using condom. And these condoms are available at the clinic. Female condom is also just like male condom, but there is a slight difference in that it is inserted into the female, and it's controlled by the female during sexual intercourse. Other ways of preventing HIV and STIs is avoiding alcohol and drug abuse, of which my colleague will talk about this. Other ways of preventing, again, we have the PEP. PEP is a medication that is available at the clinic here in Tuk, where once you feel that you've exposed yourself, a condom has busted during sexual intercourse, do not hesitate, rush to the clinic so that you are given the medication. We also have PrEP. PrEP is medication that is given to prevent infection to people who are negative and who have sex with someone who is positive. So it is given, and you can come to the clinic for more details. We also encourage use of family planning for those who are sexually active, and why we do that is because we try to prevent pregnancy and to prevent sexually transmitted infections. So where do you need to go for help in case of you have any problem that is related to this sexual problem? You can come to our clinic, UHWS. We have a youth-friendly clinic there that will be able to sort you out. A variety of people, doctors, counselors, nurses, who are specialized in these areas, and you'll be able to help. You can go to your family doctor, who can be able to advise and maybe start you on medication, then come to us, we'll follow up. We also have VCTs, which we normally carry out at the university, next to the library. Occasionally you'll see some tents there. Every semester we try to carry out a VCT for people to come and know their status. So when should you be tested? You should be tested once sexually active. You need to have a checkup for STI at least once a year, because you don't know this partner of yours. You don't walk with him in your pocket or with her in your pocket. So you actually need to test, to keep checking, may I be infected or not? Yeah. You also need to test if you didn't use a condom during sexual intercourse. Yeah. While you stay here, you'll make friends and you'll start getting girlfriends and boyfriends. Please use a condom. If you don't use, then come so that you can be able to help you. But we encourage you to use condoms. If your partner has an STI, your partner may tell you he may have sex, and the gentleman tells you, yeah, I think I have a sexually transmitted disease, or I've gone to the clinic and I've gotten a next sexually transmitted disease, I'm being treated. Also come so that you can be treated. If your partner is having sex with someone else, don't just be happy and talk about it to your friends that, oh, I'm being dogged by so-and-so. No, come for help so that you can be assisted. You have ever injected drugs, it's also good to test so that we see the way forward. You and your partners are having STI symptoms. It's also good to be tested if you have been raped. This is a city and we have all sorts of people. You may just end up in bad hands and you find you've been raped by someone. Don't shy away. Please come to the clinic. You'll be able to get help. All these things happen, so do not be scared. Yeah, so I've talked about prevention. What about if you're joining TUK and you're HIV positive? Yeah, don't worry about it. Please, we are able to handle you. Visit the clinic and talk to one of our healthcare providers. We'll be able to help you live positively to achieve your goal of coming to TUK, to live your degree or to live here with your degree or diploma without any complications. Medications are available. There is confidential counseling available there. And if you are positive, do not enroll into drug abuse out of frustration. No, please come and get help. We also have at the clinic nutritional support for those who are HIV positive. It's available. And occasionally we have partner-supported financial support for those who are positive and they are not able to cater for their meals. So the key is just to come talk to one of us and you'll be assisted. So if exposed to any of those fluids that we talked about, what do you need to do? Come to the clinic soonest. If a rape, call the emergency number. Dr. Kodek, I gave you this number, but it's there on the screen again. 0735 86 06 11. PEP is available to prevent infection and PrEP to prevent infection as well. Family planning is also available at the clinic, where we have all family planning services there. And you just need to come and seek help and talk to us. Remember, for the girls, please avoid pregnancy and STI, and you'll be able to complete your studies well. Also, remember that for medical information, we'll always remain confidential. Even if you're HIV positive, or you know a friend who is HIV positive and you bring them to us, you'll never hear from your teacher or your colleagues that so-and-so is HIV positive. So at TUK, on the larger aspect, we have an HIV/AIDS committee that streams HIV issues at the university, and a lot is done every semester. We also have stigma and discrimination reduction, which is our aim as a committee. We encourage knowledge of status voluntarily. We don't force anyone, but it would be good to know your status so that once you know your status, you move forward. Once you test, if you are positive, live positively, start the medication. The ARVs actually reduce the viral load in the body, and you find that someone lives even longer than many other people. Many people will be dying and just leaving you there because you came to the clinic. Then we also have, we encourage our neighbors. We encourage your neighbors, your roommates, you feel maybe have a problem, a medical problem, send them to us. Encourage them to now come to the clinic so that they'll get the specialists who can be able to help them. We have a CCC, which is a comprehensive care center at the clinic, which is supported by the government of Kenya, and all medications that are given for HIV are available there. So do not shy away. If you are from Turkana or from Busia and you're on ARVs, you know them, all those ARVs are also available here with us. We'll be able to link you up with someone who can continue monitoring your care. We have an HIV policy in TUK, which is available. You can get access to it and read it so as to empower yourself and also know your status, and you'll be able to move on with your studies. Long time is when people believe that, oh, when you have HIV, then that is the end of everything. No, if you are positive, you can still be able to study, finish your study, get a job, and live even 30 years ahead. But as I've talked, the main aim of my talk was prevention. If you came here and you are negative, please let us work together. Come to talk to us so that we can help you to remain negative until when you leave TUK. Thank you. Among the questions I've seen, someone has asked, is it vital to pay 2,000 when you have your personal medical insurance? When you have your personal medical insurance, yes, it's vital to pay that 2,000, which is a medical fee, because many times you find that you may be here and you get involved in an accident, yeah, where you are not able to handle with the medical insurance immediately. You'll be brought to the clinic and you'll be handled at the clinic and later on transferred to whichever hospital your medical insurance covers. When you just look at that emergency that we've handled at the clinic plus even the fuel getting to that hospital, already the 2,000 is over. And also this 2,000, even if you don't ever fall sick, this 2,000 is what comes together to be able to cater for other people's maybe admissions. We have other students who are admitted maybe, and they have big bills, even $500,000. So the 2,000 that you pay will be able to help eventually. Another question here is, how are tears on infectious fluid? Yeah. As I talked about the different fluids, any fluid from the body is infectious. Yeah. So tears is also a body fluid. If you have a wound and this tear drops onto that wound that is open, definitely you will get an infection. Yeah. Because our aim, or your aim, should always be to avoid body fluid. And even us as medical people, we avoid body fluids. That's why you see us putting on protection, because we don't know, is this fluid infected or not? So that should basically be your aim. Okay, I think that is all that is there. I'll call my next colleague to continue.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Isaac Machani Mosongo. I am a nurse at the University Health and Wellness Services Technical University Clinic. So I'm handling behavior change communication. So when we are talking about behavior change communication, I'd like to mention from the onset that we are handling students who are coming in from various homes, having been used to a certain way of life, and I think when you come to the university, you as a young adult or a youth are exposed to a new environment. So you have to shift your focus and the way you have been thinking to be able to adapt to this new environment so that you can be able to better handle the task of acquiring an education that which is the goal that you have. Let me just read a quote here, that you actually need much less than what you think you need. Once you decide to use your mind as your weapon, you'll never be unarmed. A strong mentality coupled with positive attitude will do much more than any power and resources you may need. Let it all start in your mind. So that is a quote from a motivational speaker called Jim Rohn. And you'll find that you'll need that mental resource to be able to cope with the stresses and many things that you get in this new environment. So some of in your life as a student at the college, you'll find that there are several behavioral addictions that you may be exposed to. So sometimes people think of addictions as probably a word that is only applies to alcohol abuse, but there are several other things that somebody may be addicted to. And some of the problems or behavioral addictions that someone might face as a student include gambling addiction. This is the advent of things like SportsPesa, bet.com. You know all these things, and sometimes maybe somebody thinks that to make an extra buck you can get into these things, but then it's something that starts out as something which is harmless, and then you find that you are hooked, and we all know sometimes it does not go so well. You end up maybe being broke all the time and stuff like that. The other addictions are things like sex addictions. With the freedom that you will get as a student coming into technical university, it comes with the responsibility. So if you succumb to peer negative pressure, you'll find that you'll get into maybe you'll get into an early sexual debut, and there are problems which are associated with this, which have been highlighted, and I think my colleague is coming to talk about things like HIV and AIDS awareness. Some of them have been mentioned already. There is internet addiction. It's the advent of social media, and if, for example, you end up getting hooked on maybe social media, and these are some of the things that can be distractions that can can take your focus away from concentrating on your studies. Things like shopping addiction, video game addiction. This is common because even in the university setup, you'll find maybe a center where you'll come and you find something like a PlayStation center. If you get addicted to these, you'll find that it takes away the valuable time that you're supposed to settle down and do your assignments, or maybe do some further reading, research, and your education or your studies end up suffering. Things like binge eating disorders. This comes about when somebody is stressed and they cannot be able to cope with some situations, maybe because of the pressure of the education. You have not allocated enough time to study, and you end up with such kind of addictions to be able to cope. The other is risky behavior. I believe my leader spoke about this a little bit earlier, when you find that sometimes you're like out late into the night because of the freedom that you have, and you end up in risky behavior that puts you in a compromising situation, you either get hurt or you are in a compromised situation. So having spoken about such kind of behavioral addictions as a way of coping, it means that you will have undergone something that is stressful to be able to push you in that direction. So how will you be able to manage your stress? What are some of the coping techniques that you require? And we have to ask ourselves, is all kinds of stress, for example, is all kinds of stress negative? The answer is no. Sometimes the stress that we undergo, it makes us thrive. For example, if you have like a lot to study, and you know that if you put in hard work, it will bear fruit in terms of the results that the positive results that you will get at the end of your studies. So not all stress is negative, but when you're constantly running in an emergency mode, it's also not good. So you have to train your mind to be able to cope with that, so that your mind and your body do not pay the price. So what is stress? If we can define stress, stress is actually the body's reaction to the various demands that you will get, either socially or just internally, whatever is going on in your mind. That is the definition of stress, and it also occurs when we're talking about negative stress, is when the pressure that you get is greater than the resource that you have as a person to be able to handle or to cope. So some of the negative effects that we will get in terms of as a person who is stressed, you have seen in our whatever has been going on, even when the pandemic started, that a lot of people had issues, and you hear somebody has either committed suicide, they hung themselves, jumped from a tall building, and probably others even end up killing family members. So we have suicidal tendencies and maybe such kind of behavior as negative effects of stress. We have illnesses such as cardiovascular diseases, headaches, menstrual disorders, or worsening of pre-existing conditions which somebody may have, including psoriasis, eczema, etc. Long-term stress can also rewire your brain and leave you more vulnerable to anxiety and depression. So you'll find somebody is not able to actually cope if they suffer from prolonged stress. So we have already been told at the University Health and Wellness Services, we have a team there that can be able to help you when you feel that you're having issues. And we have a team that is trained in handling such. So other negative effects of stress include loss of confidence, absenteeism, and maybe aggressive or passive behaviors. This is when somebody is either like very withdrawn, or you find that students are organizing strikes just as a way of coming out to relieve that tension, which is not a good thing. So other than that, we'll look at a principle of what do you need to do to be able to manage your stress. So number one, somebody can either improve their own capacity as a person to carry the load which is the stressful behavior that you are, the stress that you are encountering, or you reduce the load. So adolescents, this is the age group which we are targeting, who are coming in, react to stress majorly the same way that adults do. So common reactions include excitement, fear, anxiety, sadness, and anger. So if, for example, you are undergoing such kind of stress, which is related to in your educational in the setting, in the university setting, number one, you can resort to problem solving. That is, you can either share that problem with somebody who you can trust, or you seek the services of a counselor at our facility. And then everybody has an internal resource where you can be able to manage your emotions. I'll give a good example from, say, a personal perspective. Whenever I am feeling that maybe I'm going through something that requires me to, that is weighing heavily on my mind, I like sports. So there are various sports that somebody can be able to engage in. We have, I think, a football team, a rugby team, hockey, whichever you kind of sport, it kind of helps you to be able to cope with such. But the most important thing is to make sure that you have some balance. A little bit or too much of something, they say, is poisonous. So you need to balance your education. You need to balance maybe the extracurricular activities that you engage in. So that will help you to have a good mentally, you will be a mentally stable student even as you go through your education. So elements of change. What will show that somebody is changing as a person? How can you be able to know that you're fitting in? You have to be ready, or you show a willingness to transition from now that you are under the care of your parents to come into now an environment where you will be doing most of the things unsupervised. So you have to be ready to change. And of course, there are barriers to change. You'll find there are people who are still stuck in that environment where they were being taken care of their parents. So you need to be able to identify that this is something that can really happen and set you a little bit back. So lastly, I want to talk about youth and sex. So when we talk about sex education, this is education that is designed to help you as a young person to gain information, skills, and motivation to make a healthy decision about sex and your sexuality, that is throughout your life. So with this information, you'll find that a lot of students coming in, you'll fall into maybe a situation where you get negative peer pressure. You have been coerced into having sex. Now, what to do? You've already been told that we have sometimes even after this there are consequences, and somebody ends up getting maybe a sexually transmitted infection. Do not feel shy, because most of the time you'll find we have students who take long before they seek health services. and this will affect you negatively. Your health will be affected negatively. So do not feel shy. Just come to the clinic and we'll help you with anything that results out of such. And we encourage that you delay issues to do with sex until you are much older, because of the many negative issues which are associated with this. If you cannot avoid, then use a condom, as my colleague who was here earlier stated. And then the other things is you can either reduce the frequency at which you are having sexual encounters, or the number of sexual partners. I don't have much, unless maybe there's a question that I can be able to address. I'll welcome. Okay. Thank you.
Three, two, one, go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Kimodo. I work with the University Health Services, and I'm going to take you on a short introduction on mental health issues in the university environment. So, by definition, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. It's not the mere absence of disease or infirmity. So that is health. So when we're talking of mental health, this includes the emotional. And emotional, when you talk of emotions, these are the feelings which can be displayed. Psychological, when you talk of psychological, these are issues arising from the mind, from the brain. Social, this is from the society or from an organization. So when we are talking of mental health, it's an interplay of the emotional, the psychological, and the social well-being. And we realize this affects how we think, how we feel, how we act, how we behave, and how we socialize with others on a day-to-day basis. It also helps determine how we handle stress, how we relate to others, and the choices we make. Why do we think this is important? We think it's important because mental disorders affect the thinking, they affect the mood, and the behavior. And they are very common. In our setup, it is estimated that about 20 to 40% of patients visiting a hospital have an underlying mental condition. A study done in Britain, in colleges, found that 1 in every 4 students had a diagnosable mental illness. And out of these, 40% of the affected individuals never sought any help. 80% of the affected were overwhelmed by the responsibilities, and you realize this will affect their scholastic performance. And 50% felt so anxious that they struggled in their schoolwork. So mental conditions, they are very important and quite prevalent. That's a study in Britain. I believe we don't have local data, but it should mirror this, if not worse. So what are mental illnesses? These are illnesses which are caused by a combination of biological, that is the makeup, body makeup, psychological, that's from the mind, and environmental factors. So it's an interplay of the three, biological, psychological, and environmental factors. And these are what mental illness emanate from. We have some inherited factors, because you find that some illnesses, especially schizophrenia, lands in families. If your relatives, that is your parents or uncles, aunts, there are some genes which are in that particular family linked to that illness, and it can be transmitted to the offsprings. Environmental. When you talk of environmental, we are talking of exposure to some environmental stressors, which may include drugs like alcohol, bang, and the like. There are also some drugs, even the ones we use for normal treatment, which can, used especially before birth, can lead to some mental conditions. Then biological, we have some compounds in the body, chemicals which mediate the body functions. They are referred to as neurotransmitters, and they are there normally, but if they are impaired, then you can end up with some mental conditions, and this is especially for depression. Depression is actually, it has been known that there are some chemicals which are affected in the body, and the pharmacotherapy to depression is actually geared to maintaining these neurotransmitters in the normal way. So the mental illnesses, as I've said, it's those inherited factors, environmental factors, biological, all an interplay of those will lead to mental illnesses. Which are the common types of mental illnesses? They include anxiety and stress. And anxiety is that feeling of intense and persistent worrying over the day-to-day activities. Stress again is that also emotional feeling of the day-to-day activities. Anxiety and stress under normal circumstances are good, but if they are prolonged, they wear out the body capacity, and you end up becoming injurious to health. So that is one of the types of mental illnesses. Then we have depression. Depression, very common, and depression is a condition which is characterized by a very low mood and disinterest in activities, although there are some types where you can have some periods of low and elated moods. The one we refer to as bipolar disorder. Bipolar because it has two poles, the very low and the very high. Addiction. Addiction is that condition characterized by a person not being able to desist from a harmful behavior or use of a harmful substance. A lot more about that will be talked by the next speaker. Suicide. Suicide is a mental emergency. We call it a mental emergency because if one has suicidal ideations and is not addressed early, then you end up with loss of life. Because suicide by definition is death emanating from self-injury. One harming himself with intent to die. Then we have eating disorders. Eating disorders, there are two main types. There is anemia. Anorexia, these are people who are very obsessed with weight and what they eat. A lot, but they're also worried about their weight. So they will provoke vomiting to prevent weight gain, and they end up having a lot of problems. So these are the most common conditions you encounter: anxiety and stress, depression, addiction, suicide, and eating disorders. I'm not going to look at each in isolation. I'm just going to look at some of the common symptoms and signs of them in combination. And the common symptoms and signs include feeling of stress. You find somebody who is saying, "Ikona stress mingi, ikitu inani stress." That feeling by itself should be a warning that something is happening. Irritability. These are people who will be very prone to anger for no apparent reason. Something very little will cause a hurricane. They have trouble concentrating, be it in work, in anything. You can find something like, let's say you are watching a movie, a very interesting movie, but one is unable to concentrate, even in the good things. They are also very indecisive. They cannot make up decisions. There is a fearfulness and self-guilt. These are people who find they are blaming themselves for anything, even things which do not concern them. They may find sweating and dizziness for no apparent reason. You may find somebody who is sweating and it's very cold, which that is abnormal. Feeling of dizziness. There will be shortness of breath. They are unable to coordinate their breathing. There may be irregular heartbeat. That is now on presentation to the doctor. One will find that there is a irregular heartbeat, but there is no cardiac pathology. These are people who also withdraw from activities. Somebody who has either to being a social animal, all of a sudden is forlorn, recluse. These are some of the signs to show that one is having an underlying mental condition. They also present with muscle pains and tension all over the body, unexplained. This is if you get muscle pains and some tension, like after running a marathon or digging the field for one day, that is understandable. But when you have muscle pains and tension with no apparent reason, that should be a warning. They will have frequent headaches, again unexplained. Under normal circumstances, one should not have a headache, but these are people who present with headaches. You do all the investigations, their hemoglobin level is normal. You look for malaria, there's none. You look for all other features and you find nothing, but they have persistent headaches. One should think about the mental state of that person. Frequent stomach upsets. They may have constipation, they may have hyperacidity, and even diarrhea. And this again, these are people who do all the investigations. Somebody has been getting diarrhea every other day, but you look for any cause, you cannot identify any. Feeling of sadness and guilt. They also have anger and frustration for no apparent reason. Fatigue. These are people who will be very fatigued. They have very low energy. And again, you cannot pinpoint any cause for that. Sleeplessness. These are people who come and tell you they have been unable to sleep for the last few days. And whatever they do, they still do not get a good night's sleep. Aggression. These are people who will be very aggressive. Something very little will cause a lot of problems. Then thoughts of death, dying, and suicide. This is very, very important. And this is especially why we are sensitizing you about this, is that when we come here, let's be our brother's keeper. If you find your friend is talking about death every other day, issues of dying, this is somebody who's been put on suicide watch. And remember, I said suicide is a mental emergency which should be addressed very, very fast before you end up with loss of life. So those are some of the signs and symptoms which people with mental illnesses will present with. I now want to very briefly talk on stress management. My colleague has alluded to the same. And why we are stressing on stress management is because stress is a normal thing on a day-to-day basis. It's only when it is persistent that it wears out the body resources and becomes a problem. When you come here to the university, a lot will be demanded of you. There is a scholastic performance. You will now be on your own, no longer under the care of your guardian or your parent. You may not get a place in the hostel. So you'll be living alone. You have not been used to cooking for yourself. You have not been used to commuting from that place to the university. Or if you are having the virtual lessons, there's the issue of the data bundles. All these are stressful conditions. And if they persist and they are not addressed, then they wear out your body capability and they become injurious to health. That's why we are really stressing on the stress management. And when we talk of stress management, it is the ability to maintain control. When situations, people, and events make excessive demands. I've mentioned quite a number of the situations. It can be traffic jam, it can be the rent. Now you'll be renting a house. It can be the food to eat. Then there are the people. Here you'll be interacting with your lecturers, with your colleagues. And all these, they will bring some stress. But the ability to maintain control, even when this looks like it's outweighing, is what we refer to as the stress management. It is the ability to manage the perceived pressures which we face on a day-to-day basis. So how do you go about it? The first and most important thing is to recognize when you are stressed. Because unless you recognize that you are stressed, then you are not going to deal with it. So first, recognize that you are under stress. And once you recognize that you are under stress, then you choose a way to deal with it. There are very many ways of dealing with it, depending on whatever the stressor is. One, you can avoid the stress. What do we mean by that? Let's me give an example, like maybe where you are staying, communication to the university premises is very poor. You can avoid that stress by changing the location to a more convenient place. So the most important thing is to realize what the stress is and see whether is it avoidable. If it's avoidable, then avoid it. If it's unavoidable, then change the way you deal with the stress. So you recognize you are stressed, choose a way to deal with it, either avoid it or change the way you deal with it. There are many techniques of coping with stress. These include reducing the pressure or reappraising the pressure so that you are able to cope. It may be that you are taking too much than you can handle. Or it may be you are planning which is wrong. So you just reappraise and change the method, and that way you reduce the pressure and the stress eases. The other thing is become aware of your stressor, whether it's physical or emotional. And once you do that, then you'll be able to cope, because you can change either by eliminating the stressor or reducing the intensity of the stress, or even shortening the exposure. The other thing is to learn to modulate your physical reaction to stress. You can take a break. This will shorten the intensity so that you can restart again. You can learn some breathing techniques. It has been noted, and it is known, that breathing slowly and deeply for some time, it helps relax the muscles. It brings down the heart rate, which usually rises after you have had prolonged stress, and this helps in easing the tension, and you can be able to cope. Exercises, very, very important. My colleague has alluded to that. Engage in physical exercises, as they very greatly reduce physical stress, and not only do they reduce the physical stress, they also improve your health. General health, not just the mental health. Then it's also very important to have some time to yourself. Have what is called my me time. This is a time when you can meditate, when you can talk with your God, talk with your ancestors, and this is a time when you can address your spiritual and mental needs. Very, very important to always have that time so that you are not overwhelmed. And in living, I just want to tell you that stress management is very simple if you know how to go about it. It's just the paradox of the half empty, half full glass. If you take it as a half full, you're already miles ahead. You take it half empty, then you're in problems. So remember, it's your perception of the situation that will change how you react to the situation. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robert Gary Maina. I'll be handling alcohol and drug abuse. And first is to welcome you to Technical University of Nairobi, Technical University of Kenya. And for those who are coming to Nairobi, welcome to Nairobi County. We'll talk about drug and alcohol abuse. And we start with a definition. What is a drug? And a drug is any chemical which, when ingested or taken into the body, modify or alter the body function from its normal state, causing physiological and psychological changes. And drug can be administered either orally, chewing, or sniffing, smoking, or applied on top of the skin, or injection. Drugs are classified basically into classification. There are those which are legal drugs, and their sales or possession or use are accepted in law, and there are illegal drugs which their possession and use are prohibited. Most of the drugs you realize that are not legal. Most of them include the normally acceptable drugs in the society and other drugs that are not acceptable. Acceptable drugs are like alcohol and Mila. What is drug abuse? Drug abuse is the chronic use of drug for any other reason apart from its purpose. And one experiences loss of control and begins to suffer negative health effects of the drug. And there's also drug misuse. This use of the drug reason other than its clinical purpose. When a person starts taking drugs regularly, the drugs produce tolerance, addiction, withdrawals, and psychological. An example of drug misuse is, for instance, if you give you a drug in the clinic, whether a painkiller, and you misuse it other than its main purpose, either to induce sleep, which might lead to addiction, and sometimes withdrawal, and eventually lead to psychological dependence. Drug tolerance is now, when you abuse drug, there is what we normally say is tolerance. They need to take more drugs in a regular basis to achieve a similar effect, realized at their first instance or at a lower dose. And this drug tolerance then now lead to dependence. And dependence now refer to compulsion to take the drug on a continuous basis in order to feel its effects and to further avoid the discomfort of its absence. Dependence can either be physical and psychological. Which are the most drugs abused by students? You realize that all of those drugs are available and easily available in Nairobi, but the most abused drugs, number one is alcohol, which we said is illegal. It's not prohibited by the law. It's also socially acceptable in the society in many functions. There is also another drug that is acceptable, which is tobacco, which contains nicotine. And tobacco in the form of cigars, cigarettes, and the chewable known as kubel. There is another drug which is now very common among young people, youth. It's bangi or marijuana. Another drug is mila, cat, known as cat, maliongi, fefe. It has so many street names. We also have other drugs that are inhalants, that they don't normally use, like the glue, the chemical glue, normally used by the street children or street families. And there is prescription medication, which normally cause addiction. An example is the likes of drugs with codeine and drugs with morphine. And there's also the hard drugs, which are also common, but most students don't afford because of the cost. And these are the two major drugs, the heroin and the cocaine. They're also available, but a bit costly, so students are not able to afford mostly the heroin and cocaine. And once the student now start using these drugs, there are those symptoms or undesirable effects, and some of them are change in drinking times, places. Sometimes you have memory lapse, blackouts, increased unexplained accidents, injury. Sometimes you have sexual problem, sexual dysfunction. Other symptoms and signs are unhealthy appearances, indifference to hygiene and grooming, insomnia, that's lack of sleep, moodiness, mood change, low, highs, and unexplained fatigue or general weakness, nervousness, that is a frequent lip leaking, jittery, and sometimes unconscious foot tappings. Others are shakes, agitations, and other physical signs are watery or running nose, watery eyes, itchy eyes, and sometimes hallucinations and suicidal ideations. These are now signs that you have now started having the effects of addiction or drug abuse. And there are several factors that leads to or explains why students or young people or general populations abuse or misuse drugs. And some of the main factors that lead to alcohol and drug abuse are peer pressure, which leads amongst the youth population. Peer pressure basically means that there is that peer, you want to be like your friends, maybe who normally smokes, or he looks good, it's like a swag, so there is that pressure to do the same. Secondary is curiosity. Curiosity, you came from maybe a humble background, now you have the freedom, and you want to try some of these drugs. You want to try an alcohol in a party, you want to try bangi, and curiosity also contribute to almost half of why youth or students abuse drugs. The other is social occasions, school parties, bashes, birthday parties is also a leading cause of use or introduction to some of these drug of abuse. Others are in the family, genetic factors, prevalence of alcoholism among parents, relatives, siblings. We'll also need to factor explaining why there is this issue of alcohol and drug abuse or addiction. There are other factors like social acceptance of use of alcohol, which has led to uncensored use and abuse. You'll agree with me, alcohol is socially accepted. In parties, in birthdays, dowries, we normally use alcohol uncensored. And so it leads to the abuse and the addiction. And also some individuals learn from an early age that alcohol can be a source of pleasure and relief, both privately and socially, from a stressful situation. And other factors is advertisement. Some of the adverts equate alcohol with pressure, relief, fun, fashion, and happiness. For instance, nowadays some songs, they're like advertising alcohol and making fun of it. And right now it's like a fashion and all sorts of happiness. Use of alcohol to combat stressful lifestyle is another dangerous trend that's drawing many to alcoholic lifestyles. Stressful lifestyle is like the current life, economic situations, and if you're not able to adapt, you start now getting a lot of pressure and stress, and you think that alcohol is one of the drug or trend that will help you cope with your stress. But what happens, you end up abusing the alcohol, go to a dependency, and finally to addiction. unemployment, economic stress are also some of the factors leading to addiction and the abuse of alcohol and other drugs. Many cultures sanction their male to drink heavily, while abstain is held as suspect. You find you go to a party, maybe you say you don't take alcohol, everybody's look at you and wondering why. Because they sanction that many cultures believes taking alcohol drives you to happiness. So kindly avoid those kind of functions, social places where alcohol is accepted. And we now look at the effect of drug and substance abuse. Now these are effects on your body, and we'll classify them into two. There are those short-term and long-term. Short-term meaning that the effects will be able to feel them almost immediately after taking the drug or taking the substance of abuse. And drugs once taken move straight to the brain and act by slowing down the brain's area that controls judgment, thought, memory, and decision making. That's why once you are intoxicated either by alcohol, other drugs, bangi, you are not able to make judgment, and sometimes you get the memory lapse, and decision making become a very major hindrance. Secondary, the physical one is they affect the motor function of the body, leading to wobbling, staggering, changing speech, that's slurred speech, and sometimes the vision, the double vision. Long-term effect are health problems, normally disease of the liver, heart, brains, and cancer. Most of these drugs normally cause cancers like cigarette smoking, bangi, alcohol. The leading cancers are the cancers of the lungs. For those who smoke, liver cirrhosis or liver cancer for those who take alcohol, and some brain and pancreatic cancer for those who take the hard drugs, the likes of heroin, cocaine, and also mila. Other effects of the drugs are violence. You find that most people who normally abuse the drugs, where they are in addictive state or drug state, they become a bit violent. The reasoning becomes, now the judgment and decision making is a problem, and the only option is now to be violent. There is also loss of interest in studies, academic activities, and for those who are in family setup, there are family breakups, and those who are in employment, there is a loss of employment or low production. The other thing we normally look is where do students normally get the drugs, or who are the suppliers of these drugs. And you'll find the people who supply the drugs are fellow students in the class or in other classes who normally takes as a drug supply as part of their income or illegal business while in campus. Others are former students who dropped out of the university because of issue of drug abuse. Sometimes employees of the institutions, a local community, and when we talk about local communities, those people, surroundings, maybe where some of these students are staying, because you'll find the hostel will be able to accommodate a very small portion of the student population, and students end up looking for hostels outside the institutions, And some of these areas are drug-prone areas. So you need to know where you get your hostel. You need to know the community, whether it's a drug-prone area. And if you're able to look for advice from the university on those hostels accredited by the university. And other sources of drugs are even far from the institutions. Nowadays, we have the online sites where people get drugs from. You have online shops where you can always buy your alcohol, cigarettes from. So those are other form of suppliers. And what are those signs that now say that someone is abusing drugs or someone is getting to addictions? And basically be able to have those emotional signs and physical signs. Emotional signs are irresponsible behaviors, personality change. Maybe you used to go to church, you used to attend your classes, you are no longer able because you are always intoxicated. Some sudden changes of your mood, irritability, poor judgment, low self-esteem, depression, and sometimes this depression leading to suicidal ideation. These are some of the emotional signs of someone who is abusing drugs. And most of this, you'll be able to see them in the initial stages before addiction, at the early stages of dependence. Other physical changes that you're able to see are changes, body changes. For instance, red eyes, or someone who looks fatigued or tired all time, maybe dozing in class and still early in the morning, repeated ill health. Someone is having a headache this time, the next time he's having an injury, the next time he's having an accident. A lasting cough for those who use bangi, cigarettes, and also cocaine. Studies-related signs. Now, these ones, you are addicted, your academic-related issues now will start propping up, discipline problems. And you agree with me, more than 90% of junior schools or secondary and university riots in Kenya is mostly related to drug use or drug abuse. A drop in performance. First year, maybe first semester performing well, introduced to drugs. Second semester, drop. Second year, drop. And maybe finally, at third year, you drop out of school because of drug or alcohol abuse. Being absent most of the time from either classwork or academic activities. Loss of interests or decreased interests in studies, in any activity related to studies, or lack of interest with social life. The other one is negative attitude. Negative attitude towards your fellow students, towards your lecturers, towards the university, and towards the general populations. You just have a negative attitude. Some family-related signs for someone maybe who is using drugs at the family level is the level of argument, being argumentative all time, breaking simple rules, withdrawal from the other family members, from the parents and from the siblings, loss or theft of items from the house, so that you can be able to sell those items and get money for the drugs. At social circles within your friends, you just became effusive and also have queer friends and conventional style of dressing, and eventually sometimes you get problem with the law or with the police due to maybe issue of possession of drugs or drug use or being in the wrong place. What are those strategies that now we are supposed now to use so that we are able to stop this addiction, the abuse, or alcohol use? We will encourage each and every of you to know how to say a no. Politely and firmly say no to those offers, drugs offers, alcohol offers. And if you are not able to say no, or you're already in addiction, or you're already abusing some of these drugs, either the legal or the illegal drugs, kindly seek help. By seeking help, meaning you coming to us so that we can give help. And one of the help is counseling, rehabilitation, and management in terms of medical or medication. Avoid trigger situations like places, persons, friends that will trigger you to use or abuse alcohol and any other substance of abuse. You handle the urges. When the urge to drink occurs, remind yourself your reason for wishing to avoid the alcohol or rather the drug. Other strategies is prayers and religious counseling, which is also available in our setup. You have several religious or denomination groups, the CU, the CA, the Islam. You can join them so that in case you have all these challenges, they can help you in terms of religious counseling and uplifting. How do we prevent or and treat some of these addictions or some of these problems? Alcohol and drug or substance abuse has variety of approach that include the basic one and the first one, which is acceptance of the problem and seeking counseling services. We offer counseling services at the university level. We also offer alcohol and drug abuse or addiction counseling at the clinic. The other treatment is medication or a combination of the counseling and medication. But the sole objective is assisting you or the student or any other person abusing the drug to abstaining or reducing the risk from the drug dependency and achieving the normal functioning. There are several components of treatment that we offer at our level or at our health facility. And the first one is screening and assessment. This is a mental assessment for those maybe who are into addiction and they have a mental disorder. Screening is basically for those who are using drugs. We do screening for some of these drugs, bangi, cocaine, and alcohol. We also offer individual counseling or group counseling. We also offer medical care or medical treatment, this use of drugs, detoxification, but at advanced level, we normally refer our client or student to see specialists, that is a clinical psychologist and psychiatrist. We also offer education, life skill training on how to abstain, on how to avoid, and also we do support and follow-up services for those who are in addiction. We also offer family education and counseling services. For instance, if you are into addiction, we also like to know about your family background, and in case there is a problem, we can also end up having a counseling sessions to your siblings or to your parents or relatives who are abusing or misusing drugs and alcohol. Basically, that's all for my presentation. Finally, I would like to welcome you and like to wish you a sober stay at Technical University. And for those who have a problem, kindly contact us at the University Health Services. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, students. We are coming to an end of this session, and I would like to entertain your questions for now. There are a few which I have. If you have more questions, you can bring them up. You have gone through alcohol and drug abuse. Now I know you can tell me the difference between drug abuse, misuse, and even tolerance. But the take-home message is, don't even try these drugs because you might start misusing them, abuse them, and then tolerate them. In drug tolerance, you are going to have a problem of using more of that drug to get a reasonable impact to you. You have been told the effects of drugs. And one area which is also very important, which I want to reiterate, is stress. Stress can lead you into drugs, and drugs can lead you into stress. When drugs lead you into stress is when you take drugs, you don't perform well in your academics, and then it becomes a domino effect. When you don't perform well into your academics, everybody around you, including your parents, start complaining. When they complain, you get into more stress, and even your performance becomes very bad. So these are the kind of things we want to avoid. And it is related to mental health challenges because it's one of the causes of mental issues, drugs and alcohol abuse. You have been told about environmental causes, but in the context of your academic environment, your academic performance is a cause of mental problems if you are not very careful, because if you don't perform very well in your academics, then you are going to have mental issues because of the prevailing stress which you are going to have. So we are warning you against all these things. They are very common in a university setup. You talked about HIV/AIDS. Now you know that we can actually prevent you from getting HIV/AIDS In case probably you are having sex and there was a problem with the condom, you can come within 72 hours for some medication to prevent that. And that is post-exposure, prophylaxis, which you know about. Then we have pre-exposure prophylaxis, which you have also been told about. Counseling techniques and ARVs, which we have in our setup. If you have issues, small issues in HIV, like how to put on a condom, those ones who have been demonstrated, but we can also tell you more about them when you visit us in the clinic. Lastly, right now, you know, we are in the era of COVID-19 pandemic. When you come to Technical University of Kenya, we would like you to observe the Ministry of Health guidelines, the prevention and control mechanisms which have been put in place. They are fully being implemented in TUK, and please, when you come, we expect you to be properly putting on your masks all the time, not to share your computers, your pens, or anything, to sanitize frequently, and to avoid issues like overcrowding. Aspects like when you are in a class, you should be able to open up your windows for proper ventilation. Those are things which you should do. And we have a lot of hand washing points around in the university, and you should be able to use those facilities so that you prevent and control COVID-19 pandemic. There's a question one of you had asked. How will you test to check if students are using drugs? I think from the foregoing sensitization, you have been told the signs and symptoms of drugs, which include being irritable, sweatiness sometimes. But in academics, again, if your performance in class starts falling, it could be that you are misusing drugs. If you are getting indisciplined, you are not cooperating, you are not a team player with your colleagues, you are supposed to do a project, two of you, but you are not doing the project well with your colleague, you are not working well based on the guidance from the lecturers, it could be a problem with the drugs. So for us to know whether you're using drugs, first of all, we get your history. What is the problem with you? Are you attending classes well? Or absenteeism is a lot? How is your academic performance? Then when we look at you, somebody using drugs, even if you look at the eye, sometimes you can see problems. Sometimes even their eating habits change. Some drugs, when you use them, you tend to eat a lot. Once we get your proper history and examines you, and on examination we look at even your skin, sometimes you can see marks indicating that you are injecting yourself. Sometimes you look at your lips, there's some color change which we can see. We also can take you for drug tests. We do drug tests at the university. Drug tests are not very expensive, they are very simple. We can test for bang. We can test for alcohol very easily. We can test for cocaine. We can test for all hard drugs. So we can actually test for them if we suspect you could be misusing them based on what we know about you. So that one should not worry you. Why do I have to have an X-ray, yet I am healthy? Somebody is asking that. The question would be, how do you know you are healthy? You can only know you are healthy if you have been examined. That is number one. But number two, there are some diseases which you might have and you might not have any signs and symptoms. Like TB can hide in your body. You will not know you are unwell. So you cannot judge by yourself that you are unhealthy. So you need to do that chest X-ray for us to confirm that your chest is okay. Do I bring this X-ray physically, or I should upload it to the portal? The X-ray should be uploaded into the portal. There's a place where you upload the X-ray, we look at it, and if we are not satisfied, we will tell you to come physically, we look at you, or to redo it. And there are so many whom we have returned to repeat the X-ray. Will the X-ray be done at the university? No, you do it before you come. We don't do the X-ray here. How current should the X-ray be? Had one taken a few weeks ago. We don't know the intention of the person who sent you for that X-ray which you took a few weeks ago. Maybe they were looking at your abdomen, maybe they were looking at your legs, maybe they were looking at your head. So we need a current X-ray, specifically the one we have specified in your medical examination form. Those others, we don't know what they were looking for and we don't know what they interpreted. But as we know what we are looking for in this, so we need a current one, not an old X-ray. So that is a response to your questions and a few additional aspects of what I think you need to know. And we don't have any more questions from you students. I would just appreciate all of you for taking your time to attend to this session. Remember, I had told you if you have a chronic medical problem and you need regular medical attention, you need to see us physically in the clinic so that you tell us what you have, so that we can also prepare for you. And if you tell us what you have, we also advise you on how to live around here. Some of you do not tell us they are epileptic. We just get to know when they collapse in class that they are epileptic. And when they come to us and we don't have that prior knowledge, it takes a lot of time before we come to the conclusion that you are epileptic. And you know, that time lost might affect you negatively in terms of how we take care of you. So please tell us in advance the problems you have. And don't fake that medical examination form. You have to do all the tests which are indicated there. Some of you are giving us reports which are faked from River Road or from elsewhere. Please just give us the original report and that would be quite okay. Otherwise, without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Technical University of Kenya. We are ready to take care of your health so that you come out of this university with a first-class honors in your academics. Be blessed. Thanks.
Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
The Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030, which is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things, of products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college, it was established as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, which meant that it could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
By these presents, be it known that in exercise of the powers conferred upon me under the Universities Act number 42 of the year 2012, I, Mwai Kibaki, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, hereby grant the charter annexed hereto to the Technical University of Kenya. On this 15th day of January in the year of our Lord 2013. Thank you.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting state-of-the-art software. The future of engineering is dependent on using the tools and techniques that engineers and manufacturers and industries using out there. So the kind of training provided at the technical university is one which is state-of-the-art.
Our students are innovators. They graduate with skills and confidence to thrive in today's competitive job market.
So our school doesn't really limit us to just classwork. They help us get there, they help us broaden our wings, so to say. They help us get to places I don't think I would have gotten to if I wasn't here.
UK offers a special kind of a course, BTech. I studied BTech in journalism and mass communication. That BTech means you get, yes, the theory part, and in addition to that, you get the practical part. So that at the end of the 4 years, the 5 years, or the 6 years, you have the practical and the theoretical. You can easily even start up your own company for whatever you studied in.
TUK students not only excel in academics, we also encourage them to nurture their talents in other disciplines. We boast an impressive alumni who work in leading corporations in Kenya and across the world. Some of these include Kenya Airways and major airports such as JKIA. When you walk alone, you walk fast, but when you walk with others, you go further. TUK has partnered with other institutions, expanding our research and training capacity. Some of the institutions TUK is collaborating with include the following international universities: Augsburg University in Germany, Politecnico di Milano in Italy, Technical University of Munich, Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa, Southern Utah University in the US, and Leeds University in Great Britain. At TUK, we believe in corporate social responsibility and impacting communities around us positively. Our motto is education and training for the real world. The Technical University of Kenya is giving the next generation of scientists, technicians, innovators and leaders the skills they will need to leave a lasting legacy in the world. Technical University of Kenya is located in Nairobi's Central Business District. Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
The Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya, and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030, which is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things, of products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college, it was established as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, which meant that it could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
By these presents, be it known that in exercise of the powers conferred upon me under the Universities Act, number 42 of the year 2012, I, Mwai Kibaki, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, hereby grant the charter annexed hereto to the Technical University of Kenya. On this 15th day of January in the year of our Lord 2013. Thank you.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting state-of-the-art software. The future of engineering is dependent on using the tools and techniques that engineers and manufacturers and industries using out there. So the kind of training provided at the technical university is one which is state-of-the-art.
Our students are innovators. They graduate with skills and confidence to thrive in today's competitive job market.
So our school doesn't really limit us to just classwork. They help us get there, they help us broaden our wings, so to say. They help us get to places I don't think I would have gotten to if I wasn't here.
UK offers a special kind of a course, BTech. I studied BTech in journalism and mass communication. That BTech means you get, yes, the theory part, and in addition to that, you get the practical part. So that at the end of the 4 years, the 5 years, or the 6 years, you have the practical and the theoretical. You can easily even start up your own company for whatever you studied in.
TUK students not only excel in academics, we also encourage them to nurture their talents in other disciplines. We boast an impressive alumni who work in leading corporations in Kenya and across the world. Some of these include Kenya Airways and major airports such as JKIA. When you walk alone, you walk fast, but when you walk with others, you go further. TUK has partnered with other institutions, expanding our research and training capacity. Some of the institutions TUK is collaborating with include the following international universities: Augsburg University in Germany, Politecnico di Milano in Italy, Technical University of Munich, Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa, Southern Utah University in the US, and Leeds University in Great Britain. At TUK, we believe in corporate social responsibility and impacting communities around us positively. Our motto is education and training for the real world. The Technical University of Kenya is giving the next generation of scientists, technicians, innovators and leaders the skills they will need to leave a lasting legacy in the world.
starting and growing a small business. Design 40, as we speak right now, has been in existence for about 12 years. We did not wake up one day and decide now we are going to an office, we're going to make calls, we're going to be interior designers. It started as a hobby. You make some small gift items and then people like them, you're giving to your friends, your girlfriends, and like them. And then it became a business. I was able to do this and propel me to say now I can get into what I'm doing today. Remember, I did not get a chance to get employed as an interior designer so I can get experience and then move out. This is where we are now. The first thing that everybody thinks about is lack of the capital that you need. The other thing is lack of conviction. Should I go for employment? Should I do business? Should I go for further studies? When you begin your business, you're a jack of all trades. You are the designer, you are the driver. If you are fortunate enough to have a car, you are everything basically. How are you going to handle all this? And you're going to swim with the whales and with the crocodiles of the trade at that time. How do you counter these challenges? Because they come. Number one, a very critical thing. If you are thinking to ever getting into business, you must think about developing a very, very good business plan. The other thing is that it's important to be patient when you're in business. Things do not happen like this. If you're not patient, because there are a lot of trials, there are a lot of things that will come to you, you're going to become frustrated.
We had to look at exactly what is it that we want to be known for in Design 40. What's our market? What's our target market? Because before I could tell you we used to do anything and everything. But one thing that has made us stand out today is just being consistent. Consistent in what you are doing. That people will always, even the client that you have done for like 5 years ago, when they're expanding, they don't even think twice. They'll actually call you. So consistency in business is very, very key. We also ensure that there are lasting relationships that are kept with these clients after the project is done. And we do this through what we call the after-sales service.
We go to the next chapter, which is managing your business. We are assuming now you are not hiding. You have to register yourself for statutory requirements. You must be recognized as a business in this country. When you're managing your business, another key thing is managing the resources. Resources being people, finances, and time. In business, you'll make money today, tomorrow you'll not make money. So how do you manage that money that comes? And I'll give you a metaphor using a river. Money is like a river. It has to flow. It flows from me to you. But what does it do when it flows from me as it goes wherever it goes? That makes the difference. You also have to be creative in the way that you're advertising yourself. It is very critical and it is very important that when you're doing any business in today's world, that you keep your brand visible. Finally, you have to take care of your customers. This is important. Without taking care of your customers, you'll not survive. And I'll say it with a lot of vigor because I know how important that one is.
Technical University of Kenya. Nairobi Central Business District. Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
The Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030, which is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things or products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this particular presentation by the Directorate of ICT Services. I'll take this opportunity to welcome the new students who are joining us from next week into this great university, where we believe we are going to shape your life to enable you face the future with confidence. In my talking points, or rather our talking points, first there will be introduction, and then we are going to introduce the ICT infrastructure which are in place for the benefit of the learners and also the administrators. Then we'll speak about the management information systems which were put in place also to serve you, the students, as well as the administration. Then we'll speak about the e-learning support which the Directorate gives to the learners, lecturers, as well as the administration. Then we'll have a section for responsible use of ICT services and facilities. And then we'll conclude with a question and answer session. But feel free to ask any speaker any question related to what he or she is talking about, so that maybe he or she can answer it when she's talking on his or her area. The Directorate of ICT Services was established actually in 2004 to offer centralized ICT services to the whole institution. By then, the institution was Kenya Polytechnic, followed by Kenya Polytechnic University College, and now the Technical University of Kenya. The Directorate remains the driving force for the institutional transformation and advancement in technical education and training. We offer support to management, to the administration, to academic divisions that covers both the students and the staff, in order to ensure that data flows efficiently and machines run reliably. That means we're in charge of the information as well as the hardware. All the activities of the Directorate are coordinated from the ICT Center offices. We have our vision, which is to be a premier provider of innovative and integrative ICT products. We have a mission, and our motto is to keep the machine running and the data flowing. We are guided by core values, certain core values. First is integrity and social responsibility, where we embrace high standards of ethical behavior and transparency in provision of our services. We are passionate in what we do and dedicated. We respect all we interact with, that is the team members, ICT team members, the clients, which are both the students, the staff, as well as the public, and our suppliers. We value communication, and our communication model is open, accurate, and timely. I hope some of you have experienced it since you started your application. Sometimes you call, sometimes you send an email, and I'm sure you have been getting some kind of a feedback. We value teamwork. ICT is basically diverse, and therefore no one person can be an expert in everything. So we work as a team, so as we make use of the synergy available to ensure that everything moves efficiently. And since we cannot live in isolation, we also work with our partners, both suppliers, service providers, technology providers, to ensure that our clients get all the services required, and also our staff are up to date with the technology. Our overall objective is basically to maintain a dynamic and a scalable ICT infrastructure, to acquire and implement integrated ICT platforms and systems for the administration and management, and also to provide sustainable learning support technology. In order to achieve this, the whole directorate is divided into 3 sections. We have a section dealing with ICT network and infrastructure. We have a section dealing with information system development and management. And we have another section dealing with the information security and risk management. Each of these sections is headed by a manager. So for the start, we'll present ICT infrastructure, which is available at the Technical University of Kenya. And this will be presented by one of our team members called Julie Mburu, who is the network administrator. Then she'll be followed by Ishmael Obonyo, who will present something about information management system. Thereafter, you'll be talked to by Harrison Amwai, who will present something on e-learning support. And then I'll come back to conclude and also speak on the responsible use of ICT. Thank you for now.
Rolling in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good afternoon, our new students. My name is Julie Mboro, and I will take you through 2 sections under our directorate, which is infrastructure and networks. To begin, infrastructure under our ICT directorate enables reliable communication and transmission of voice, data and video, which ensures the flow of data, voice and video, and efficiently runs machine reliably and information stored securely. In Technical University of Kenya, we have various rooms put aside for labs, computer labs. And one particular room is designed for robotics training. And in addition, 9 more computer rooms in S block is reserved to have more computers. And S block is located, it is the second block on the left when you enter our gate. As you can see, we have various pictures there that have, you can see there are some rooms, the particular pictures for the labs. One room in particular is a virtual desktop lab, and another room is also fitted with video conferencing systems. That is L36. L36 is L block, our administration block. Also, we have more labs, in particular Q block, that is School of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering Computer Lab. That is one of our biggest labs that contains about 60 machines. And as we continue, there is School of Electrical and Electronics Engineering room, that is E1, and also has more machines that can facilitate your learning. We have another computer lab, that is GIS computer lab, that is fitted with a digitizer. A digitizer is a machine that converts analog objects to digital. That is located at room U24, U block. U block is located on the left side of, when you enter our campus, the first block that you see. In our directorate, we have various activities, and computer software installations is one of those activities. And as you can see there, our technicians are installing new software in machines that are in our labs. And as you can see, there's a robotic lab that I had mentioned earlier, the one lab that we have that contains robotics training. And in our directorate, ICT, we have various servers that run in a mixture of different environments. That is HP, Proliant. As you can see, they are listed there, 3 of them, and they run under different operating systems, which is Microsoft Windows Server 2012, 2016 Enterprise Edition, Linux and Mac OS in a virtualized environment. Also, we have a server room that contains our servers, our switch cabinets and air conditioners that enable the distribution of network in our institution. And as you can see in our various activities, server room maintenance is one of the main key activities that we have. We also have a server room study tour that our director facilitates and various lecturers. And our students go to our server room and get a few points from our lecturers. Our second section is networks. And networks is the deployment of wired and wireless infrastructure that facilitates access to university resources using computers and other mobile devices. Our network backbone. We have a gigabit Ethernet backbone that consists of optic fiber cables that runs from the ICT center to various blocks, and those blocks are 13 of them, and hosts administrative offices, computer labs, and lecture halls. We are we have an upgrade of 10G that is underway, and here in our institution we have 70 access points for wireless Wi-Fi infrastructure in the main campus here in Technical University of Kenya. And in our hostels, we have 37 access points that provide 70% of Wi-Fi coverage. And as you can see, generally that is our local area network infrastructure or architecture, as you may say it, you may call it, and various connectivity around our campus. Among the activities that we have here at Technical University, we have new LAN installations. That was at the Q Block Computer Lab. We have students, attaches, and also staff installing new LAN in the mechanical lab that is at Q Block. And we have the network maintenance that we do around our campus with both the attaches and our students. We also work with external contractors that come and help us install fiber optics cable, and we work with them. We also have, under our infrastructure, we have internet services that provides fast and reliable internet facilities to enable to accomplish its mandate, and increases accessibility of web-based resources by both internal and external stakeholders. Our bandwidth in Technical University is 610 Mbps that goes for 20 million Kenya shillings annually. And with that, to our new students, I welcome you. This is a new experience, a wonderful experience, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to Technical University of Kenya. Let me congratulate you again on this opportunity to study in this premier university. I'll be taking you through information system development and management, and this is key in terms of how we design, develop, install, and maintain a secure information system that support both academic, administrative, and management functions of the university. One of the system maybe that you've interacted with is the online registration of new students, and that is just part of the systems that we develop here. So this unit also deals with the deployment of various learning technologies that support teaching and learning in the university. We ensure that security and integrity of the information that we have are maintained and taken into account. This section also works closely with other departments in which we develop with them various system modules. So the systems that we have currently are as shown there. So these are some of the deployed system, but the list is not, this is not the full list, but we have just given a few of these modules that we have developed. One is the student management systems, and this deals with application, registration, admission, student fees, examination, timetabling, and accommodation, among others. Then we also have a financial management system. We have human resource management system. We have a library management system, which I believe you had been inducted before. That is Koha DSpace. Then we also have a health or clinic management system, which I believe you will also interact with if once you seek health services from our University Health and Wellness Directorate. Yeah, so those are just sample modules that we have developed. These have been done to streamline the processes at the university and give you, students, a good experience, and also to receive university services in a convenient and in a secure way. So the modules that I've just talked about, I've just listed them there. Just to expound more on these modules, as I'd mentioned, you might have interacted with the student registration, new student registration portal, and also the online application portal. The online application portal enables you to register, to apply for a course, and be admitted at the Technical University of Kenya. While the online registration portal allows you to perform registration process until you become a registered bona fide student of the Technical University of Kenya. From there, you now get access to the student portal. So I wanted just to give a bit explanation in terms of how the three portals work, because I know you've interacted with them and you may be having issues here and there. So for those who are module 2, those are self-sponsored, you applied through the online application portal, and your application was processed through that portal. Once you are admitted, your information is pushed to the online registration portal, which enables you to facilitate your registration. And the registration requires that you do some things, and the progress is tracked using a percentage shown on your profile. So The profile requires that it be 100% to be fully registered. So you may have issues in terms of the percentage, especially having the 93%. So this is what happens. The moment you access the registration portal and update your contact details, you get 10%. After that, you'll be required to download 3 forms, that is student declaration, the commission of oath, and the medical examination form. Once you download, you need to fill them and take them to respective offices for them to be completed. Then you scan them back and upload. Once you upload those 3 documents, you are enabled to download calling letter and the fee structure. Once that is done, you'll wait for the university, various offices in the university to verify the uploads. Once they are uploaded, you request for registration. If you do that process up to that stage, you will reach 93%. So you'll find that majority will get stuck at 93% because either you've not paid the fees or your application, your request to be registered might be pending. So what we advise is that you need to check what is your status on the portal, whether it is that the fees has not been cleared or some documents that you uploaded have been put pending. And we have, with our elaborate system, anytime we have an issue with one of your application or one of your upload, you will get an SMS and email notification. So we encourage you to check notification both through the email and SMS and act accordingly so that your registration to be facilitated faster. Once you are registered by the admissions office, you go to you will reach 96%. So the 4% should be completed at the student portal, not at the registration portal. At the student portal, what you need to do is to upload your KCSE or equivalent qualification and also apply for the student smart card. After that, you'll be able to sign the nominal roll. When you do those 3 things, you'll have registered fully and reach 100%. With those remarks, I again welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya, a university that offers training, education and training for the real world. Thank you.
It could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
By these presents, be it known that in exercise of the powers conferred upon me under the Universities Act number 42 of the year 2012, I, Mwai Kibaki, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, hereby grant the Charter And next.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. By names, I'm Amwai Harrison, a senior technologist at the Directorate of ICT Services, the Technical University of Kenya. I'm going to take you through the learning support aspect, that is the e-learning of the Technical University of Kenya. How did you get here? The COVID-19 pandemic forced many institutions to move their teaching online. As a result, most higher education institutions invested in at least one learning platform with a web conferencing functionality to support online learning. The Technical University of Kenya adopted a blended approach, which is a combination of face-to-face learning for practical sessions and online learning to cover most of the theory sessions. As the Directorate of ICT Services, we therefore have a mandate to facilitate both you, the student, and the lecturer to be able to interact on the online platforms. With this in mind, there are expectations that the Directorate of ICT Services will require you as a student to fulfill. First and foremost, to be able to be facilitated to attend online classes, you'll need to be fully registered, that is, be at 100% on the online registration process. Secondly, you must have signed the nominal roll. The third one, have a computer, that is a laptop, a desktop, or a smartphone. And the fourth one, of course, just be patient and read and understand the instructions on the online platform. How are we going to facilitate you? The Directorate of ICT Services will facilitate you by issuing you with an institutional email that will enable you get access to the online platforms and be able to communicate with your lecturer. The email addresses will be updated to your individual portals twice a week, that is, on Wednesdays and Fridays. With that, it means that for those of you who have already adhered to the requirements stipulated above, should expect to have their email addresses updated in their portals by close of business tomorrow. Accessing the e-learning platform. To access the e-learning platform, you will need to visit the Technical University of Kenya and use the link labeled e-learning portal that is indicated at the top ribbon of the website. Or if you are more conversant with the use of the computer, you could go directly by just typing elearning.ukenya.ac.ke on the address bar. And when you do that, this is what you're going to see. The interface of the e-learning platform. Please take note of the instructions at the bottom of the page and the YouTube short videos that are meant to guide you as you interact with this portal. Take your time, go through them, and before you log in using your institutional email. To log into the e-learning platform, e-learning portal, you need to use the student login button. I'm going to go to web conferencing now. Web conferencing is an online service by which you can hold meetings via the internet. The Technical University of Kenya has configured the big blue button and Google Meet web conferencing platforms for the use with the e-learning portal. Lecturers are, however, free to use any other platform that they are comfortable with while conducting classes. When you find yourself in this environment, the virtual environment, there are one or two things that you need to take note. One of them is try as much as possible to mute yourself when you're not speaking, because the microphone might speak one or two a background noise that might interfere with the class proceedings. Always try to be on time. Log in 5 to 10 minutes before the scheduled time. This will give you ample time to sort out any technological challenges that you might encounter. Always ensure that you have adequate data bundles to last you through the session. engage your lecturer through the public chat, and unless requested by your lecturer, always disable your camera. Disabling the camera would try and make your fellow students who maybe don't have adequate data bundles to be able to manage through the class without depleting the bundles. For support, in case you find any challenges while interacting with our online platforms, you're always welcomed to seek assistance by contacting us through the email ictsupport@tukenya.ac.ke or odel@tukenya.ac.ke. While doing so, kindly ensure that you clearly state your registration number and your problem on the body of the email. This will enable us to resolve your issues promptly. In some cases, we might require you to present yourself to our offices, which are located at the ICT Center in Block L on the 4th floor. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for listening and welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya. Thank you.
Three, two, go.
Thank you once again for the second opportunity to have a word with you concerning ICT services at the Technical University of Kenya. For this particular section, I'll concentrate so much on the responsible use of ICT, both here as well as at home or wherever you are. As one of the presenters mentioned, the internet services alone here cost us a lot of money. The figure was about 20 million per year. So when you come and use internet, don't assume that it's free. So the aim for putting that figure was to make you use it responsibly, to support your academic journey at the Technical University of Kenya. Now, most of the students, I can say 98% of the students who are joining us next week were born between 1995 and 2014. I checked, majority of you are between 2000 and 2004. Most of you lie within that particular groupings. And that year of birth puts you under what we call Generation Z. A generation basically is a way of grouping age cohorts. Those who are born and living at about the same time. It's normally between 20 and 30 years. So each generation normally has a distinct attitudes, behaviors, expectations, habits, and motivations. And some of these characteristics or behaviors is what I want to concentrate on, because they have a direct implication on your studies at the university. One of the characteristics you're normally referred to as digital natives. That is, almost all of you were born into technology. You were born when mobile phones were already on the ground. You are born when smartphones, social medias were already there, and internet was already there. The opposite of digital natives is digital immigrants. Now, people like us, we fall under the same grouping of digital immigrants, in that technology found us and we had to adopt it. So some of us were quick to adopt it, some of us were very slow to adopt it. So most of your lecturers here, I can say almost half of them, are digital immigrants. But within them, there are those who are tech savvy. So don't assume that the lecturer who is standing before you or teaching you online is digitally naive. Some of them are actually within your age groups, by the way. And then within your generation, so which means they were born when technology was already there. But generally, most of the lecturers here are digital immigrants. Most of your parents are digital immigrants. And therefore, they normally display a particular behavior toward technology. Then there should be smooth communication between you and your parents, or between you and your lecturers as far as technology is concerned. Most of you receive information fast. You can multitask. You prefer graphics a lot. You want to be networked all the time. And you thrive in instant gratification and frequent rewards. Most of our generation, which are digital immigrants, we prefer controlled release of information from a limited source. We prefer single focused tasks. We prefer getting information from text. We prefer to be presented linearly and logically and sequentially with information. And we prefer a greater need for privacy and personal space. So already you can see on those particular parameters, you are a bit opposite the digital immigrants. And sometimes this normally brings friction, even at the family level. There's a cartoon there, maybe the father is asking, how do you think my first day, no, the kid is telling the father, how do you think my first day of kindergarten went? They didn't even have a Wi-Fi. And I believe all of you, in IT, your priority number one is Wi-Fi. The reason why you're owning that smartphone is not because of communication. It's not because of the e-learning, as my colleague has mentioned, that you're going to use it for e-learning, but it's because of connectivity. Because most of your generation were born when internet was alive, and therefore you are already conversant and you have adopted connectivity easily. Most of this generation, or most of your group, are what we call radically inclusive and diverse. That means you never distinguish between friends, physical friends and online friends. You treat them the same. In fact, to you, the digital world is actually the same as the physical world. And they affect you immensely. So people like us, we can easily ignore digital things because we know the distinction between the physical and the digital world. But most of your generation normally treat them as if they are the same. You normally embrace continual information and also embrace groupings so long as they share certain values you have. And I'm sure most of you belongs to groups. I've been following most of your chats from Monday up to today. And I can guarantee several WhatsApp groups have been formed already. And most of you are not even fearful in displaying your mobile phones in the public, just because that's your nature. All you want is grouping. That's your typical characteristic. These issues I'm mentioning, they are not bad, but they can also be harmful. So that's why I'm taking this particular opportunity to go through them. You also normally referred to as a YOLO generation, which means you live only once, according to that word YOLO, where you normally live a life as if there's no tomorrow. That's generally Generation Z characteristic. There's a good part of it and there's also a bad part of it. You're sometimes also referred to as FOMO generation, where you fear of missing out. You always want to be part of the group, part of the friends. Whatever they are doing, you want to partake of it. You don't want to be left out. As they like saying that ukikosa utachekwa. Some normally take it very seriously and therefore they join the group, whether the group is doing something good or something bad. That's normally a general characteristic of your generation. As I mentioned earlier, you are digital multitaskers. You can be operating the mobile phones and the PCs and laptops and tablets almost at the same time and watching TV or even playing games. And this, if you don't take care of it, can affect even your studies. As had been mentioned, all universities in Kenya have adopted e-learning, either full e-learning for some courses or blended learning for some other courses. And therefore, the online teaching will be paramount in so many things. So this ability of you to handle multiple gadgets can easily affect your concentration. So even though you find it a bit easier to maybe handle mobile phone and laptop and TV at the same time, when you are participating in an online class, please just concentrate on that online class. There are several opportunities which digital natives can extract from the online systems or internet. You know very well nowadays a lot of online shopping. It's a bit more convenient. Of course, there are dangers associated with it also. There's electronic communications which you can capitalize on and which most of us do. In academic area, internet nowadays is normally the best friend of a student and also of a lecturer, because they support a lot in teaching, learning, and research. And most of you'll always have almost stress if there's no internet and you've been given assignment. Because as I told you, most of the digital natives tend to get things online. Digital immigrants prefer books, so they can easily go to the library and read books. But natives will quickly go to the online to get things or the information they want. And therefore, just make use of the internet facilities to support your academic journey at the university responsibly. There's a lot and a lot of information there. You can also enhance your collaborations with other students in other universities and other researchers if you're doing research time. Online banking has also been facilitated by internet. The case of Kenya, the M-Pesa is the well-known aspect of online banking. Entertainment has also been facilitated a lot by the internet, for which you can take opportunity there. But also I need to mention entertainment on online also can be a major destructive element, and if not taken care of, can derail you from your studies. If you have observed very carefully in the first few years on TV, on online platforms, they are concentrating so much on entertainment. And normally that's supposed to attract your attention. And if you're not very careful, you can become addicted and spend most of your day and night just on entertainment. At the same time, you can also make use of it if you're an artist, and you can make your money through entertainment online. So people have also done that, and they're living their life. Of course, internet has facilitated a lot of telemedicine, telemeeting, and a lot of virtual related issues, which also you can take advantage of. Like now we are conducting this orientation online, because we're using that ability for us to communicate online. We have cloud computing, we have crowdfunding, and I'm sure you have seen of late in Kenya where when somebody's in need, they only need to mention that need to the public through TV or through internet, and somehow everybody contribute a little they have. And sometimes we end up solving problems for people, medical or otherwise, which was requiring financial support. So there are several opportunities we can extract or capitalize or take from the internet. But also we have a lot of dangers which also exposes us when you go to the internet, where we're exposed to rather when you go to the internet. I've just mentioned a few things like identity theft, cyberbullying, sexual predators, radicalization, occult recruitment, financial fraud or scams. There are some technology words like phishing, malware, viruses. In the previous speakers from the health services, somebody spoke about isolation, which normally leads to mental health, because you find yourself so much addicted to technology that you actually lose your aspect of social life. Pornographic addiction also is a major danger, and with that one comes things like antivirus, malware, fake antivirus, fake websites, because when you go to those sites and you get addicted, that's where most people put their harmful software in. So once you visit pornographic website, chances are by the time you're out of that site, your phone or your laptop or your computer will be having a lot of malwares or antiviruses. Online gaming and gambling sites, some of them also contain those kinds of attacks. And one area which you need to take care of is what we call information overload. As I've said, internet has a lot of information, good and bad. And this can be a major destructive element and contribute directly to poor time management. And remember, most of the people who have spoken from Monday, they have been stressing that in a university environment, you require good time management. Otherwise, you'll not be able to conclude your courses successfully. There are no prefects here to chase you around or to write your names. Your parents are not here. Lecturers will not be chasing you around to go to class. It's upon you to manage your time properly so that you achieve what brought you here. And so, watch against information overload from the internet. As I told you, everybody wants your attention, and they can easily get it if you allow them. Most of the dangers also are related to illegal access, where people try to gain access into your devices, either mobile phones or laptops or computers. You have heard of what we call email spoofing, where an email appears to have originated from one source when it actually was sent from another source. You have heard of cases where people say my email has been hacked or my WhatsApp account has been hacked. When your email account is hacked or WhatsApp account is hacked, somebody will use that account to send maybe a request for funds to your people in your contacts, maybe your family members or your friends. If they're not careful, they may think that it's you who is in some kind of a problem. And so people may end up getting, extorting funds from people using your account. So when you sense that people are sending you queries, how come you're asking for this money? Please check your account, whether WhatsApp or email. Probably somebody has hacked it and using it to communicate to others pretending to be you. You have heard of spyware, where somebody can install a program in your phone or in your mobile laptops or tablets so that they're able to monitor all your activities, monitor your financial transaction, and sometimes they end up blocking you from using your devices until you pay some kind of ransom. You have heard about ransomware attacks in the recent times. Of course, you have heard about hackers who gain illegal access. I checked through the CBK website and they listed a lot of financial scams and fraud which are normally experienced by Kenyans. And I request you to go to Central Bank of Kenya website and you'll see a lot of information there concerning financial fraud. You have heard about pyramid scheme, Ponzi schemes, bank card frauds, advance fee scam, whereby somebody calls you and tells you have won some kind of an prize somewhere, but you have to pay some money for you to access it. All those are normally just scams. Why I was mentioning about your telephone numbers being put online a lot is those are personal information, and some people can easily use it to do transaction in your name. Most of us nowadays have credit cards. Most of you will have smart cards, and those are actually bank account card, like ATM cards or credit cards. That is, to be able to do transaction using those smart cards for help smart cards. So please just take care of your information. I know some of you will rush to take a photo of those smart cards and put them on your online something. Somebody can use a smart card number, somebody can use a credit card number or ATM number to do transaction, pretending to be you. And therefore, if maybe your banks are not careful or the shops are not careful, your money will just disappear in an instant. So, as recommended by CBK, for example, you're not supposed to respond to any unsolicited emails, letters, or calls promising you some form of benefit. Do not share personal information online, email, or on phone. You are advised to create strong passwords. Do not include too much personal information in your social media profile. And if someone you know requests for monetary assistance through email or text, call them first to confirm before you send that money. Always exercise caution when making online payments with your banking cards. And do not click on email or text messages, links, or attachment that request you to log in to verify your password. Because some people normally just send that particular email. Once you click it and you act on it, they have extracted the information they wanted from you. Actually, a whole country central bank of one of the countries in Asia was just robbed like this, where somebody sent an email and one of the staff opened it, and through that they were able to save a program into the critical system of that bank. And one of the weekends they were able to transfer money from the central bank of a whole country. Before they noticed, almost over $100 million had disappeared. So your little maybe 10,000 or 100,000 money in your account can be cleared very quickly by just a fake email sent to you, and you just click on it without even thinking twice. So don't always be quick to open things on your mobile phones or on your emails. Of course, they have gone further. Even most governments have gone further, and there are softwares which can be sent to your mobile phones, and they'll be installed without your knowledge, and they'll collect all the information you transact on that phone. Conversations, people you meet, text messages, and everything. And this is normally used by some government to spy on their opponents. And for those watching media, maybe the last 3 months, there have been major cases involving several countries, both in Africa, Asia, and Europe, who use certain Israeli software to spy on their people. This idea of fear of missing out, this normally brought in purely because of peer pressure. And I'm sure as members of the staff who have communicated to you since Monday have discouraged you from falling into peer pressure. Have friends who will contribute to your life, not those who are going to subtract from your life. So we normally say sometimes it's better to embrace JOMO, which means joy of missing out, in order to achieve what you want in life, and especially at the university. The idea of living only once is normally a very dangerous life to live, because even though you think there's no tomorrow, there is a tomorrow. And so whatever you put on the internet, if you're not careful, it may come back to haunt you some years to come. And some people are haunted almost immediately. There's this phrase or trend of sexting on the online. Most of them have been actually I can say they have been actually harassed later When, let's say, you send nude pictures to your girlfriends or your boyfriends, and then the relationship breaks up, then they share it online. People, especially teenagers, have committed suicide when their private images have been shared online, because it brings a lot of stress. And in some countries, I think that brings out some laws to govern that. But mostly the damage will already been done, because anything you post on the internet remains there forever. Anything you type on your some mobile phones remains there forever. So before you press that send button, please think twice. That's the only comment I can tell you. Think before you post anything online. I put there a few headlines of issues involving online. How a Nairobi woman was killed by a Facebook lover on the first date. There's a case where sexting bullying cited in teen suicide. There are cases where you have been there are cases where there are financial frauds in Kenya. KRA lost almost $39 million through a hacker. So these are ongoing problems. They're not things we are coming up with. People are living with them. They're already with us. So it's upon you to navigate the online life carefully. Otherwise, you may regret why somebody bought for you that smartphone. So in conclusion, I just congratulate all of you for passing your exam and getting admission at the Technical University of Kenya. As it has been mentioned earlier, familiarize yourself with the Students Portal and other ICT systems, which allows you to interact with the university and your lecturers. Also interact with the ICT responsibly. Minimize your digital footprints. Always log out when you use a shared ICT device, especially in cyber cafe. And here I can also include that you better embrace best practices or telephone etiquettes, because along your studies, you'll be forced to call your lecturers. Please be aware of the timing of that call. Not all call can be answered when you call, because somebody may be occupied with something else. Your lecturer may be in a classroom. You may be calling during family time, maybe in the evening. So if you think you have to contact your lecturer at odd times, it's better you send a text message, not a call. And if you call even normal times and your call is not answered, don't keep on calling. By you calling 100 times, you not to make him, her, or answer your call. A few months ago, actually, students were calling me, and there's one who called me 6 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't answer the call. Within about 30 minutes, I'd called almost 20 times. Of course, I sorted them out later, but in the end, I had to block their numbers. It's very bad if a lecturer blocks your numbers. So just practice etiquette when you're dealing with the lecturers through these modern technology communication devices. So welcome to Technical University that trains you for the real world. Thank you very much.
Of January in the year of our Lord 2013. Thank you.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting state-of-the-art software. The future of engineering is dependent on using the tools and techniques that engineers and manufacturers and industries using out there. So the kind of training provided at the technical university is one which is state-of-the-art.
Our students are innovators. They graduate with skills and confidence to thrive in today's competitive job market.
So our school doesn't really limit us to just classwork. They help us get there, they help us broaden our wings, so to say. They help us get to places I don't think I would have gotten to if I wasn't here.
UK offers a special kind of a course, BTech. I studied BTech in journalism and mass communication. That BTech means you get, yes, the theory part, and in addition to that, you get the practical part. So that at the end of the 4 years, the 5 years, or the 6 years, you have the practical and the theoretical. You can easily even start up your own company for whatever you studied in.
TUK students not only excel in academics, we also encourage them to nurture their talents in other disciplines. We boast an impressive alumni who work in leading corporations in Kenya and across the world. Some of these include Kenya Airways and major airports such as JKIA. When you walk alone, you walk fast, but when you walk with others, you go further. TUK has partnered with other institutions, expanding our research and training capacity. Some of the institutions TUK is collaborating with include the following international universities: Augsburg University in Germany, Politecnico di Milano in Italy, Technical University of Munich, Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa, Southern Utah University in the US, and Leeds University in Great Britain. At TUK, we believe in corporate social responsibility and impacting communities around us positively. Our motto is education and training for the real world. The Technical University of Kenya is giving the next generation of scientists, technicians, innovators and leaders the skills they will need to leave a lasting legacy in the world.
East Africa and Kenya in particular, radicalization and not just radicalization internally within Kenya, but also cross-border radicalization, particularly from Somalia, is quite a big contributor to the chemical threat issues that we are currently facing in Kenya and East Africa at large. As you may have heard, of course, there was an attack at the Dusit Hotel in January on the 15th. And of course, what came to mind was if they were not using conventional weapons, because the question about a chemical attack is not if, but when it will happen. So these radical elements around East Africa and in Kenya really are the greatest threat to the region as such. The academia has been involved largely in reaching out to the chemical players in Kenya and in East Africa, particularly Somalia. And this has not only covered talking to the academics who deal with chemicals on a day-to-day basis, but they've also reached out to industry and taught them best practices in terms of how to protect their facilities that deal with chemicals. However, they have also talked to the informal sector, which is very large in Kenya and in Somalia. They've talked to them about these dual-use chemicals and how to keep them safe away from the hands of these radicalized elements in the region. They have also gone a long way in trying to talk to the first responders on how do they actually deal with incidences where we have a chemical attack, so that they're always prepared to respond. And finally, the academia has gone a long way in talking to the people who actually trade in chemicals, especially the suppliers of chemicals, and informing them that some of the chemicals that they are supplying could be benign in nature, but of course combined with other things can actually be very dangerous weapons. Now, the law enforcers, of course, will not work in a vacuum. They work in an environment that involves people, who they are protecting. Now, their job becomes hard if the people they are protecting are not aware of some of the dangers that chemicals would actually result in. And working with Kenya Chemical Society, we bring together not just academics but industry players, and we are in interaction with the cottage industry. We are in contact with farmers, for example, who are dealing with fertilizers and all sorts of chemicals that could actually be weaponized. So law enforcement, in this case, can benefit from these interactions where we bring them together with the other community that we are in interaction with, and they can also now give their perspective on how to approach trying to minimize the use of chemicals being used to attack the populations in Kenya or in East Africa as such. Also, in our engagements with the law enforcement, we've come into conversations with them in terms of how can we help them in terms of disseminating information that they think is not so sensitive and will not cause a security risk to our members and the industry at large. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to get your institution email address from the student portal. You need to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. So you come and search for the Technical University of Kenya. Click on this first link to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. Then click on the student portal link just above in the green here. Then click on login. Then input your registration number as your username and your national ID number as your password. Then log into the portal. As you can see now, after opening the portal, the email address is displayed in green and the password is just below it. For those whose account does not display the institution email address, send a request for creation to ictsupport@student.tukenya.ac.ke for the email creation, and please ensure you include your registration number and full names. Thank you.
The Technical University of Kenya is one of the main vocational training institutions in the country. As one of the leading education centers, the university attracts a large number of student enrollments. These large numbers have, however, put a strain on the institution's limited learning resources. But a recently launched project between AVIC International and the Kenya government to supply state-of-the-art equipment to vocational institutions in Kenya is gradually having an impact on the learning process.
Before the equipment, we still had some equipment, but they were not sufficient enough.
This lack of equipment in the past sparked criticism that most graduates from these institutions were unqualified for the demands of the job market. The collaboration between AVIC International and these institutions offers a platform for practical learning and for students to embrace technical skills development.
As you can see here, we have about 21 sets of CNC machines. In the other lab also we have another set of conventional machines that came in through this collaboration.
While on a tour of the institute, AVIC International chairperson and chief executive said that through the collaboration with Kenyan institutions, AVIC International would share the industrialization experience of China and add to the local culture.
肯尼亚是一个年轻的国家，其中70%以上的人口
Kenya is a young country with more than 70% of its population aged under 35. These young people are in urgent need of vocational training. Kenya's Vision 2030 aims to transform the country into a newly industrializing middle-income country. To realize this also requires a number of youth qualified with professional skills. Seeing China's experiences in the development of past decades and also in vocational education, we found that skills in mechanics as well as electronic and electric fields are the most important in industrial development. That's why we want to cooperate with the Kenyan side.
Beyond the mechanical equipment, AVIC International is also offering vocational skills training in the hope that it will improve the job skills of the local youth and promote the combination of production and learning.
With this, we were able to make a wide array of basically parts. We can make spare parts for vehicles. We can make spare parts for plants. Basically, plants includes factories. Sometimes you may have a broken down part that needs maintenance or replacement. We can come and do it here. So basically, we are talking, we can, you name it. You see a part, we can do it.
With these machines, right now, I'm able to design something. I am able to design something using a software. This is solid camera part. And I generate the codes and come machine it in using the same machines.
Well, so far, about 92 mechanical engineering machines have been installed in this technical institution. And thanks to the partnership between AVIC and Kenya, the students here are now able to locally manufacture such products. These products could soon be exported to other countries, a major milestone in actualizing Kenya's Vision 2030. Susan Mungeli, CCTV in Nairobi, Kenya.
I'll start by explaining from a personal perspective as an educator, a higher education music educator, that the opportunity to work not only with another university, another institution that is offering academic training, but also to work with partners in the industry. That was fantastic because it opened our eyes to the various other skills that we should be training for. The skills that are needed in the industry that graduates of a music program can actually fill. So that helped us to expand our program, our curriculum offerings. Then for the students, they got to learn that the industry is more than the traditional teaching and performing that they have done. So they got to learn that within that industry, there are other roles. There are managerial roles, there are organizational roles, there are arts administration roles that they didn't know that as music students they could fulfill. The partnership also ensured that in our curriculum in the universities, we embed elements of actual industry-based learning. Now, in my university, that was ongoing, but I think it was more for the engineering courses. And now it is much more strongly embedded for the arts, especially the performing arts. Another thing that I really got to appreciate, one of the strong outcomes, is the networking that the students themselves did, the participants in the projects. When they went to the festivals, when they went to the other universities, they made friends. They made friends with people not who are doing exactly what they did, but people who are doing things that are different from what they did, but which reciprocated their activities. They were able to see the industry as a big ball, and their role in making sure that this ball keeps bouncing. And I thought those are some of the very key achievements that I was able to reap from the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to enroll yourself to the health education course unit once you have logged into the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. First step, you navigate site home, which is over here. Then on the search space provided, you type and search for health education. Then you search. Then scroll down to find the course, which is this one, Health Education UCCC 1201, and tap it. Then scroll down and note down the enrollment key that corresponds to your course, and for example, if you are pursuing Bachelor of Technology Geoinformatics, the enrollment key is ESEI/2020P. You should note it down. Then just below the enrollment key, there is a space for a text box for entering the enrollment key. You just type it there. After you type it there, then just below you click on Enroll Me, and that's how it's done. Thank you.
The Technical University of Kenya is one of the main vocational training institutions in the country. As one of the leading education centers, the university attracts a large number of student enrollments. These large numbers have, however, put a strain on the institution's limited learning resources. But a recently launched project between AVIC International and the Kenya government to supply state-of-the-art equipment to vocational institutions in Kenya is gradually having an impact on the learning process.
Before the equipment, we still had some equipment, but they were not sufficient enough.
This lack of equipment in the past sparked criticism that most graduates from these institutions were unqualified for the demands of the job market. The collaboration between AVIC International and these institutions offers a platform for practical learning and for students to embrace technical skills development.
As you can see here, we have about 21 sets of CNC machines. In the other lab also we have another set of conventional machines that came in through this collaboration.
While on a tour of the institute, AVIC International chairperson and chief executive said that through the collaboration with Kenyan institutions, AVIC International would share the industrialization experience of China and add to the local culture.
肯尼亚是一个年轻的国家，其中70%以上的人口
Kenya is a young country with more than 70% of its population aged under 35. These young people are in urgent need of vocational training. Kenya's Vision 2030 aims to transform the country into a newly industrializing middle-income country. To realize this also requires a number of youth qualified with professional skills. Since in the development of past decades and also in vocational education, we found that skills in mechanics as well as electronic and electric fields are the most important in industrial development. That's why we want to cooperate with the Kenyan side.
和电子电工是整个工业发展的最基础的技能之一。
Beyond the mechanical equipment, AVIC International is also offering vocational skills training in the hope that it will improve the job skills of the local youth and promote the combination of production and learning.
With this, we were able to make a wide array of basically parts. We can make spare parts for vehicles. We can make spare parts for plants. Basically, plants includes factories. Sometimes you may have a broken down part that needs maintenance or replacement. We can come and do it here. So basically, we are talking, we can, you name it. You see a part, we can do it.
With these machines, right now, I'm able to design something. I am able to design something using a software. This is solid come apart, and I generate the codes and come machine it in using the same machines.
Well, so far, about 92 mechanical engineering machines have been installed in this technical institution. And thanks to the partnership between AVIC and Kenya, the students here are now able to locally manufacture such products. These products could soon be exported to other countries, a major milestone in actualizing Kenya's Vision 2030. Susan Mungeli, CCTV in Nairobi, Kenya.
For East Africa and Kenya in particular, radicalization and not just radicalization internally within Kenya, but also cross-border radicalization, particularly from Somalia, is quite a big contributor to the chemical threat issues that we are currently facing in Kenya and East Africa at large. As you may have heard, of course, there was an attack at the Dusit Hotel in January on the 15th. And of course, what came to mind was if they were not using conventional weapons, because the question about a chemical attack is not if, but when it will happen. So these radical elements around East Africa and in Kenya really are the greatest threat to the region as such. The academia has been involved largely in reaching out to the chemical players in Kenya and in East Africa, particularly Somalia. And this has not only covered talking to the academics who deal with chemicals on a day-to-day basis, but they've also reached out to industry and taught them best practices in terms of how to protect their facilities that deal with chemicals. However, they have also talked to the informal sector, which is very large in Kenya and in Somalia. They've talked to them about these dual-use chemicals and how to keep them safe away from the hands of these radicalized elements in the region. They have also gone a long way in trying to talk to the first responders on how do they actually deal with incidences where we have a chemical attack, so that they're always prepared to respond. And finally, the academia has gone a long way in talking to the people who actually trade in chemicals, especially the suppliers of chemicals, and informing them that some of the chemicals that they are supplying could be benign in nature, but of course combined with other things can actually be very dangerous weapons. Now, the law enforcers, of course, will not work in a vacuum. They work in an environment that involves people, who they are protecting. Now, their job becomes hard if the people they are protecting are not aware of some of the dangers that chemicals would actually result in. And working with Kenya Chemical Society, we bring together not just academics but industry players, and we are in interaction with the cottage industry. We are in contact with farmers, for example, who are dealing with fertilizers and all sorts of chemicals that could actually be weaponized. So law enforcement, in this case, can benefit from these interactions where we bring them together with the other community that we are in interaction with, and they can also now give their perspective on how to approach trying to minimize the use of chemicals being used to attack the populations in Kenya or in East Africa as such. Also, in our engagements with the law enforcement, we've come into conversations with them in terms of how can we help them in terms of disseminating information that they think is not so sensitive and will not cause a security risk to our members and the industry at large. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to access the e-learning platform of the Technical University of Kenya as a student using your Android phone and the institutional assigned email. First and foremost, you will need to download a web browser called Firefox from the Android Play Store. So we'll proceed and download that. Android Play Store, look for Firefox. Install it. It will take some time, so let's just be a bit patient. There we are. We'll then proceed to the e-learning platform. The simplest way would be through the Technical University of Kenya website. So we'll go and open Firefox. Then proceed to the Technical University of Kenya website. University of Kenya. Click on the first link. It will then display the Technical University of Kenya website. Here, we'll then proceed to the e-learning platform. The link is at the top green part of the website, written e-learning portal. So we'll proceed by tapping on it. And here we are at the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. So as a student, you'll be required to log in using the link provided there. That is a student login link. You tap on it. It will then load you where you're supposed to input your email address, the one that has been assigned by the Technical University of Kenya. So you input your email. You then go ahead and put in your password. If you are a first-time login, you'll definitely have to just accept this. Remember, these terms will only appear when you are doing the very first login. Subsequent login, you won't have to go through this. And here you are. You will have now logged in at the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. Thank you.
Starting and growing a small business. Design 40, as we speak right now, has been in existence for about 12 years. We did not wake up one day and decide now we are going to an office, we're going to make calls, we're going to be interior designers. It started as a hobby. You make some small gift items and then people like them, you're giving to your friends, your girlfriends, and like them. And then it became a business. I was able to do this and propel me to say now I can get into what I'm doing today. Remember, I did not get a chance to get employed as an interior designer so I can get experience and then move out. This is where we are now. The first thing that everybody thinks about is lack of the capital that you need. The other thing is lack of conviction. Should I go for employment? Should I do business? Should I go for further studies? When you begin your business, you're a jack of all trades. You are the designer, you are the driver. If you are fortunate enough to have a car, you are everything basically. How are you going to handle all this? And you're going to swim with the whales and with the crocodiles of the trade at that time. How do you counter these challenges? Because they come. Number one, a very critical thing. If you are thinking to ever getting into business, you must think about developing a very, very good business plan. The other thing is that it's important to be patient when you're in business. Things do not happen like this. Register yourself for statutory requirements. You must be recognized as a business in this country. When you're managing your business, another key thing is managing the resources. Resources being people, finances, and time. In business, you'll make money today, tomorrow you'll not make money. So how do you manage that money that comes? And I'll give you a metaphor using a river. Money is like a river. It has to flow. It flows from me to you. But what does it do when it flows from me as it goes wherever it goes? That makes the difference. You also have to be creative in the way that you're advertising yourself. It is very critical and it is very important that when you're doing any business in today's world, that you keep your brand visible. Finally, you have to take care of your customers. This is important. Without taking care of your customers, you'll not survive. And I'll say it with a lot of vigor, because I know how important that one is.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to get your institution email address from the student portal. You need to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. So you come and search for the Technical University of Kenya. Click on this first link to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. Then click on the students portal link just above in the green here. Then click on login. Then input your registration number as your username and your national ID number as your password. Then log into the portal. As you can see now, after opening the portal, the email address is displayed in green and the password is just below it. For those whose account does not display the institution email address, send a request for creation to ictsupport@students.tukenya.ac.ke for the email creation, and please ensure you include your registration number and full names. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to enroll yourself to the Health Education course unit once you have logged into the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. First step, you navigate site home, which is over here. Then on the search space provided, you type and search for health education. Then you search. Then scroll down to find the course, which is this one, Health Education UCCC 1201, and tap it. Then scroll down and note down the enrollment key that corresponds to your course, and for example, if you are pursuing Bachelor of Technology Geoinformatics, the enrollment key is ESEI/2020P. You should note it down. Then just below the enrollment key, there is a space for a text box for entering the enrollment key. You just type it there. After you type it there, then just below you click on enroll me, and that's how it's done. Thank you.
I'll start by explaining from a personal perspective as an educator, a higher education music educator, that the opportunity to work not only with another university, another institution that is offering academic training, but also to work with partners in the industry, that was fantastic because it opened our eyes to the various other skills that we should be training for, the skills that are needed in the industry that graduates of a music program can actually fill. So that helped us to expand our program, our curriculum offerings. Then for the students, they got to learn that the industry is more than the traditional teaching and performing that they have done. So they got to learn that within that industry, there are other roles. There are managerial roles, there are organizational roles, there are arts administration roles that they didn't know that as music students they could fulfill. The partnership also ensured that in our curriculum in the universities, we embed elements of actual industry-based learning. Now, in my university, that was ongoing, but I think it was more for the engineering courses. And now it is much more strongly embedded for the arts, especially the performing arts. Another thing that I really got to appreciate, one of the strong outcomes, is the networking that the students themselves did, the participants in the projects. When they went to the festivals, when they went to the other universities, they made friends. They made friends with people not who are doing exactly what they did, but people who are doing things that are different from what they did, but which reciprocated their activities. They were able to see the industry as a big ball, and their role in making sure that this ball keeps bouncing. And I thought those are some of the very key achievements that I was able to reap from the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to access the e-learning platform of the Technical University of Kenya as a student using your Android phone and the institutional assigned email. First and foremost, you will need to download a web browser called Firefox from the Android Play Store. So we'll proceed and download that. Android Play Store, look for Firefox. Install it. It will take some time, so let's just be a bit patient. There we are. We'll then proceed to the e-learning platform. The simplest way would be through the Technical University of Kenya website. So we'll go and open Firefox. Then proceed to the Technical University of Kenya website. University of Kenya. Click on the first link. It will then display the Technical University of Kenya website. Here, we'll then proceed to the e-learning platform. The link is at the top green part of the website, written e-learning portal. So we'll proceed by tapping on it. And here we are at the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. So as a student, you'll be required to log in using the link provided there. That is a student login link. You tap on it. It will then load you where you're supposed to input your email address, the one that has been assigned by the Technical University of Kenya. So you input your email. You then go ahead and put in your password. If you are a first-time login, you'll definitely have to just accept this. Remember, these terms will only appear when you are doing the very first login. Subsequent login, you won't have to go through this. And here you are. You will have now logged in at the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. Thank you.
The Technical University of Kenya is one of the main vocational training institutions in the country. As one of the leading education centers, the university attracts a large number of student enrollments. These large numbers have, however, put a strain on the institution's limited learning resources. But a recently launched project between AVIC International and the Kenya government to supply state-of-the-art equipment to vocational institutions in Kenya is gradually having an impact on the learning process.
Before the equipment, we still had some equipment, but they were not sufficient enough.
This lack of equipment in the past sparked criticism that most graduates from these institutions were unqualified for the demands of the job market. The collaboration between AVIC International and these institutions offers a platform for practical learning and for students to embrace technical skills development.
As you can see here, we have about 21 sets of CNC machines. In the other lab also we have another set of conventional machines that came in through this collaboration.
While on a tour of the institute, AVIC International chairperson and chief executive said that through the collaboration with Kenyan institutions, AVIC International would share the industrialization experience of China and add to the local culture.
肯尼亚是一个年轻的国家，其中70%以上的人口
Kenya is a young country with more than 70% of its population aged under 35. These young people are in urgent need of vocational training. Kenya's Vision 2030 aims to transform the country into a newly industrializing middle-income country. To realize this also requires a number of youth qualified with professional skills. Seeing China's experiences in the development of past decades and also in vocational education, we found that skills in mechanics as well as electronic and electric fields are the most important in industrial development. That's why we want to cooperate with the Kenyan side.
和电子电工是整个工业发展的最基础的技能之一。
Beyond the mechanical equipment, AVIC International is also offering vocational skills training in the hope that it will improve the job skills of the local youth and promote the combination of production and learning.
With this, we were able to make a wide array of basically parts. We can make spare parts for vehicles. We can make spare parts for plants. Basically, plants includes factories. Sometimes you may have a broken down part that needs maintenance or replacement. We can come and do it here. So basically, we are talking, we can, you name it. You see a part, we can do it.
With these machines, right now, I'm able to design something. I am able to design something using a software. This is solid come apart, and I generate the codes and come machine it in using the same machines.
Well, so far, about 92 mechanical engineering machines have been installed in this technical institution. And thanks to the partnership between AVIC and Kenya, the students here are now able to locally manufacture such products. These products could soon be exported to other countries, a major milestone in actualizing Kenya's Vision 2030. Susan Mungeli, CCTV in Nairobi, Kenya.
East Africa and Kenya in particular, radicalization and not just radicalization internally within Kenya, but also cross-border radicalization, particularly from Somalia, is quite a big contributor to the chemical threat issues that we are currently facing in Kenya and East Africa at large. As you may have heard, of course, there was an attack at the Dusit Hotel in January on the 15th. And of course, what came to mind was if they were not using conventional weapons, because the question about a chemical attack is not if, but when it will happen. So these radical elements around East Africa and in Kenya really are the greatest threat to the region as such. The academia has been involved largely in reaching out to the chemical players in Kenya and in East Africa, particularly Somalia. And this has not only covered talking to the academics who deal with chemicals on a day-to-day basis, but they've also reached out to industry and taught them best practices in terms of how to protect their facilities that deal with chemicals. However, they have also talked to the informal sector, which is very large in Kenya and in Somalia. They've talked to them about these dual-use chemicals and how to keep them safe away from the hands of these radicalized elements in the region. They have also gone a long way in trying to talk to the first responders on how do they actually deal with incidences where we have a chemical attack, so that they're always prepared to respond. And finally, the academia has gone a long way in talking to the people who actually trade in chemicals, especially the suppliers of chemicals, and informing them that some of the chemicals that they are supplying could be benign in nature, but of course combined with other things can actually be very dangerous weapons. Now, the law enforcers, of course, will not work in a vacuum. They work in an environment that involves people who they are protecting. Now, their job becomes hard if the people they are protecting are not aware of some of the dangers that chemicals would actually result in. And working with Kenya Chemical Society, we bring together not just academics, but industry players, and we are in interaction with the cottage industry. We are in contact with farmers, for example, who are dealing with fertilizers and all sorts of chemicals that could actually be weaponized. So law enforcement, in this case, can benefit from these interactions where we bring them together with the other community that we are in interaction with, and they can also now give their perspective on how to approach trying to minimize the use of chemicals being used to attack the populations in Kenya or in East Africa as such. Also, in our engagements with the law enforcement, we've come into conversations with them in terms of how can we help them in terms of disseminating information that they think is not so sensitive and will not cause a security risk to our members and the industry at large. Thank you.
Starting and growing a small business. Design 40, as we speak right now, has been in existence for about 12 years. We did not wake up one day and decide now we are going to an office, we're going to make calls, we're going to be interior designers. It started as a hobby. You make some small gift items, and then people like them, you're giving to your friends, your girlfriends, they like them. And then it became a business. I was able to do this and propel me to say now I can get into what I'm doing today. Remember, I did not get a chance to get employed as an interior designer so I can get experience and then move out. This is where we are now. The first thing that everybody thinks about is lack of the capital that you need. The other thing is lack of conviction. Should I go for employment? Should I do business? Should I go for further studies? When you begin your business, you're a jack of all trades. You are the designer, you are the driver. If you are fortunate enough to have a car, you are everything basically. How are you going to handle all this? And you're going to swim with the whales and with the crocodiles of the trade at that time. How do you counter these challenges? Because they come. Number one, a very critical thing. If you're thinking to ever getting into business, you must think about developing a very, very good business plan. The other thing is that it's important to be patient when you're in business. Things do not happen like this. If you're not patient, because there are a lot of trials, there are a lot of things that will come to you, you're going to become frustrated.
We had to look at exactly what is it that we want to be known for in Design 40. What's our market? What's our target market? Because before I could tell you we used to do anything and everything. But one thing that has made us stand out today is just being consistent. Consistent in what you are doing. That people will always, even the client that you have done for like 5 years ago, when they're expanding, they don't even think twice. They'll actually
3, 2, go.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to the last session of day 4 of your orientation program. I take this opportunity to congratulate each and every one of you for passing your Form 4 examinations and of course getting a chance to join the Technical University of Kenya. I want to reassure you that you made the right choice and you are in the right place. My name is Omondi Okech. I am a professor of linguistics and I work in the Department of Language and Linguistics and Literary Studies, but I'm also the Dean of Students at the Technical University of Kenya. So this afternoon, we shall introduce you to the Dean of Students Office and what we do. This is the office that is responsible for your welfare and holistic growth as you journey from the beginning to the very end. So this office will be your father, will be your mother, will be your auntie, will be your sister, your brother. This office will walk with you as you journey through and you develop physically, emotionally, socially, as well as intellectually. So the Dean of Students Office, as I've said, is concerned with students' well-being and the provision of support services that will help you as you grow in the Technical University of Kenya. Now, our vision as a Dean of Students Office is to cultivate a university culture that will prioritize well-being, your well-being, and recognizes its significance in your intellectual, social, and personal growth. And therefore, our mission is to create a conducive environment that supports the students' welfare by providing policies and services that then will contribute to your holistic development. So our motto is supporting students' well-being for holistic growth. So we are the office that is mandated to provide quality support services that prioritize your holistic development. So we recognize that students' social welfare services constitutes a very important part of management of the student affairs in a university. We work on behalf of students to create functional and harmonious campus environment that is conducive for your academic journey. So we have the following attendant responsibilities. One, we deal with student discipline, and I will be explaining in detail as we get along. We also deal with student leadership, associations and clubs in the university, services for students with disabilities and vulnerable groups. We handle scholarships, bursaries, and student financial support. We also deal with career and placement services, student career guidance, and then we have chaplaincy and counseling services. Now, all these services are domiciled in different units within the Directorate of Student Support Welfare. We have student government and leadership. We have students' career advisory services, students' chaplaincy and counseling, students' accommodation and catering services, student scholarship and financial support, and of course, co-curricular activities and services. Now, what do we do with student government and leadership? Within the university, there exists what we call the Student Association of the Technical University of Kenya, known as SATUC. And of course, we recognize that this is an establishment by Act of Parliament in the Universities Act number 42 of 2012, and also the amendment number 48 of 2016. So this association comprises of 7 members of the council, which has the chairman, the vice chair, the finance secretary, the secretary general, and then we have 3 other secretaries, where we have the academic secretary, we have the gender affairs secretary, and then we have sports, entertainment, and culture secretary. We also have student representation through what we call the Congress, where we have 38 members. There are 18 schools. Perhaps you already know this by now. And each of those schools is represented by 2 members, 1 lady and 1 man. In a moment, the SATUC chair as well as the SATUC speaker will be talking to you about the student welfare. But we expect that as you come in, you should enroll into SATUC. All of you are expected to be members of SATUC, because SATUC is what is the organization by the students that represents your interest and works with my office to ensure that student welfare is taken care of. And our office works very closely with SATUC members to ensure that we nurture responsible and robust student leadership that, of course, will engage with various stakeholders to ensure that we have a smooth running within the institution. As far as student career advisory services are concerned, we know that you are coming here to take up specific areas of study within the university, and of course with the objective to ensure that you make a career out of it. And therefore, this unit will be working with you so that you understand better in details what each of the careers that you have chosen are entailed, what is entailed in each of the careers that you have chosen. And therefore, we provide those services to students. Further to this, we also help with career placement. Some of you will be coming in and perhaps you have been admitted to do courses that you may not have chosen. And therefore, this will be an opportunity to sit with us, to talk to you. Then we can guide you so that if you want to do interfaculty or intrafaculty transfers, then you are able to do that. We also have the chaplaincy and counseling. And we take note that we are not a religious institution as such, but we recognize that staff and students are, of course, prescribed to different religious organizations or religious groups. And for that reason, we do cater for their spiritual interests. And of course, within the institution by offering chaplaincy services. So there are 3 main chaplains represented or representing different religious groups. We have the Catholic, we have the Protestants, and we have the Muslims. And the Catholic and Protestant chaplains will be talking to you shortly about that. But they will also touch on the Muslims. Then we have students counseling services. And of course, we recognize that you will face a lot of challenges when you come into the institution. Some of you are young, you are getting into the city for the first time. There will be culture shock. This is the first time some of you are going to have freedom to live on your own. And freedom is a very dangerous, very, very dangerous colonizer. We are saying that some of the challenges I had this morning when the Department of Health and Wellness was talking to you guys included things like, financial instability, drugs, gambling, truancy, culture shock, and of course family issues. Our office therefore then is responsible for students counseling services, especially with issues pertaining to social and of the general nature. We recognize also that counseling in respect of medical and health matters are largely carried out by the Health and Wellness Department, who spoke to you earlier on this morning. In terms of accommodation and catering services, we have limited facilities, and the person in charge of this unit will be talking to you about the facilities. But just know that we have limited facilities where we have the men's hostel and the ladies' hostel. We have 3 canteens. One is situated on campus, and then each of the remaining 2 is situated in each of the hostels. And lastly, of course, she will be able to tell you how else you can be able to get affordable and safe accommodation within the city. Then we have students' scholarship and financial support. So our office actually coordinates student scholarship and, of course, limited financial support to the very, very needy students. Such students, we encourage you to enroll with our office so that we put you on our database, and whenever there is a need, we can always call upon you to register, then you can benefit. For now, we have the Satuk bursary, which is basically run by the students. We have the Ratansi bursary, and then the Joe Wanjui Education Trust. We also help students with processing their higher education loans board funding. So this is the office which you should visit whenever you have that kind of need. We also have co-curricular activities and services. We recognize that we are not interested in creating an army of bookworms. In the university, there is much more to your growth than academic that you will be pursuing. And for that reason, there are many, many other activities that we engage in that are helping you to holistically grow as human beings. So if you are playing, if you are talented in all sports, you will find them here. Drama, music, all recreational activities that you are engaged in high school, you will still find them here. And the person in charge of this will be coming to talk to you about this. It would excite you to know that we do not just participate in inter-university competitions, which ordinarily are organized by Kenya University Sports Association, KUSA. We also participate in the national leagues, and some of our students have won accolades, not just within the country, but across the entire world. So in terms of culture, recreation and leisure, we hope that when you come around, you will join clubs that engage in different activities such as hiking, mountain climbing, tourism, of course, cultural performances. And lastly, we hope that when you come in also, you will find a team or in form of clubs or organizations that should then help you to mold you to take part in what we call social and community engagement. Within the students' organization, we have Mr. and Ms. Tuk, who are usually leading these kind of activities where we go out and promote the university or support needy students, for instance, rather needy people, for instance, the children's homes, and such other places. As it is, we are located on 4th floor of L block. This is adjacent to the administration block when you come in, and you should be able to visit our office. As soon as you get into the university, let not the first term end without you coming to get to know us, so that we get to know you. It's only when we know you that we can be able to support you. Now I want to take this opportunity to welcome other colleagues who are the various heads of these units I've talked about to come and give you more details pertaining to what I've just talked about. And I think I'll be welcoming Mrs. Wainaina, who is in charge of accommodation and catering, to come on board and make remarks. With those few remarks, I want to say if you have any questions, just keep them. I'll come back later on to respond to any of your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, our freshmen. Welcome once again to the Technical University of Kenya. We wish you a very pleasant stay for the period you'll be here. Some of you will be here for 3 years, others 4 years, and others longer. We just hope that however long you're designated to stay, you do not overstay. So that means we'll ask you to work very hard. My name is Mrs. Catherine Wainaina, and I'm a lecturer of hospitality and events management. At the same time, I'm the Associate Dean of Students in charge of students' accommodation and catering. Thirdly, I am the patron of the Rotaract Club of Technical University. That's a baby Rotary. For those of you who know what Rotary is, it's an organization that works with needy people. We'll get to know more about that when you visit our desks for clubs and societies. Now, the Students' Accommodation and Catering Department is headed by myself, who's the Assistant Dean, and it comprises of 4 units. We have 3 of them that relate to student welfare services, and the 4th is a senior common room for senior staff of the university. Insofar as students' accommodation is concerned, we are responsible for accommodation and allocation of university hostels and sourcing of external hostels. As the Dean has told you, we have very limited accommodation at the university, because this university initially, even as its conception as a polytechnic, was supposed to be a day institution. And we've since had very limited accommodation, and that is what I'd like to talk about this afternoon. If you require to be accommodated by the university, the first thing you would want to do is, after you have finished your registration process with the university and paid your fees, then you can go into the students' portal and apply for hostels. We have a very fair application procedure, but it is time-based. It has a due date, so if you apply before, after those dates, then you shall not be considered. We allow you to apply for accommodation during that time, and that is currently ongoing. And then we will process your application, allocate rooms, and then check in, and all that is done online. Allocation of rooms is done on the basis of levels of need. So what we have done, the questionnaire that you will find when you're applying for accommodation asks you very many questions. Of course, we encourage you to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, because if you do not tell the truth, you're likely to contradict yourself as you go along. So following your application, then you will be ranked. You'll be given a mark based on how you have answered the questions, and then you will be ranked. And depending on the number of spaces that we have, we allocate you rooms from the first most needy student all the way to the number that we can accommodate, after which anybody else will consider themselves unsuccessful, and they can look for alternative accommodation. Successful applicants who have been allocated room are notified through their portal, and this is very instant. On the day we allocate rooms, which we have already done, the moment we have allocated your room, you will receive notification in the system, and you are requested to check the timelines and the instructions that have been given to you, because outside those timelines, remembering that there are very many people who will have applied and not gotten places, then your place will be given away. In the event that you do not take up the offer for accommodation, I'd like to request that you come to us and cancel that allocation. This is important for two reasons. One, so that you can leave the space for somebody else. We cannot know that you're not coming if you don't tell us. And number two, so that we can cancel the invoice, because the moment we allocate you a room, an invoice is automatically generated. So please ensure that in the event that you do not want to take up the space for one reason or another, to let us know so that we can give that room to somebody else who is needy. During this period of orientation, beginning yesterday, we have invited the private hostels that we have vetted to come to the campus and receive students and parents who might wish to seek their services. The reason we have done this is we realize that there are a lot of fraudsters, and indeed today we discovered some who wait around the campus or even outside the gate looking for people who look a little lost. And they will promise you that they will give you accommodation at a fee. Mostly they tell you they'll give you accommodation in the university, or they will get you affordable accommodation in private hostels. Please do not speak to any of those people. They're milling around the gate. And I advise you, if you are in doubt, please come to our offices, which are located opposite the library, upstairs on the ground, on the first floor level, and we will give you advice. But currently, the private hostels that we have invited are on campus, right outside the library, and they will give you information on private hostels so that you can make informed choices. We advise you not to pay any amount of money to anybody, including those private hostels, until you have gone to the venue, verified that what they are telling you is true, liked what you see, and then you can make your payment. And we are saying that because there's a lot of fraudsters that are milling around, especially at this time. So only pay to the hostels upon seeing them and approving their facilities. I reiterate that please beware of fraudsters. Now, for those of you who will get accommodation in the university, the procedure is well spelled out in the calling letter that you will receive on your portal. But just to summarize, once you have gotten information that we have allocated you a room, and it even says what room it is, you will go to the bank and pay the amount that you have been invoiced for. We encourage you to use the cooperative bank account because that is the one that processes fast for us. Other banks tend to be slow, and that may slow down the process of taking you to the room. So we encourage you to use the cooperative bank account, immediately upon which you should bring your banking slip to our office for us to verify that indeed you are the owner of the room that we have allocated. Then we will stamp it and send you to finance, who will receipt you. Remember, that is a banking slip. It has not been received by the university. We will allow you then to go to the finance department and they will receipt you. After which you will bring us the receipt and we will give you a note to take to the hostels. At the hostels, you will be received by the housekeepers who will show you the room and give you your provisions. There are certain provisions that will be given to you, including a key, a mattress, a pillow, and so on. But once you get there, you'll be given those provisions. You'll also be given a set of rules that you should follow when you're in those hostels. You're encouraged not to break those rules, because the moment we catch you outside our requirements, we'll ask you to kindly leave so that we can provide that facility to somebody else who is more deserving and needier. Then we are also responsible for the catering services for the university. And for students, we provide subsidized meals at the students' canteen, main canteen, opposite the university library on campus. And we also have canteens at the hostels. The men's and the women's hostels have the dining rooms there, and those meals are all offered on a pay-as-you-eat basis. So you pay for what you want to eat. I like to encourage you to ensure that you at least eat one good meal a day. We do not want to have students who are suffering from marasmus or other nutritional diseases because they have not been able to manage their money, and by the middle of the semester they are looking for something we call ngumu, and those are prominent around. So ensure that you budget and prepare for at least one good meal every day so that you can keep your energy and your nutritional levels high. All these outlets have meals that are well subsidized by the university, so that means they are affordable. And I can dare you to try and have a good meal anywhere outside of these canteens, and you'll find that you may not be able to afford it. Finally, I'd like to talk about discipline, conduct, grooming, and etiquette. I'm almost getting that as my surname because over the years I have found that students are a little careless, especially when they come to the university where there is no uniform and there are no rules regarding personal presentation. So we do agree that there is freedom, especially now that you're all 18 years and above, and you probably have come here with an identity card given by the government of Kenya. All that notwithstanding, you are advised, among other things, to adhere to the following. One, to behave responsibly. And This is the first time there will be no bell ringing to tell you it's time to go wherever. And there will be nobody pushing you around to go from one place to the other or even to wake up. Nobody is going to tell you to take a shower or to comb your hair. So we're asking you to behave responsibly. Then we'd like that you consider very seriously grooming yourselves properly, in spite of the fact that I have heard it said I have freedom to choose my dress, my choice. Please learn to groom your hair early in time, so that when you go out there for an interview looking for a job or looking for internship, you're not wondering what is expected of you. And when you come to my office, I shall not serve you if you have not combed your hair. Only during the working hours, please come to our office if you're in doubt. Our offices are located on an N block opposite the library, and it's upstairs at the end of that corridor. You can't miss it. And in the event that you miss it, any security person will give you an answer to that. As I was walking in, I have received questions for myself to answer, and I'd like to answer them now because they're still fresh on my mind. The first one is, are there any rooms available? Right now, we have exhausted our rooms. So we request that you seek alternative accommodation. Somebody is asking, how do I pay for accommodation? You pay in the bank, preferably in the cooperative bank account, and then bring the banking slip to our office for verification. Somebody else is asking, can we go to the hostels at any time? Any time means that you cannot go to the hostels after 10 o'clock at night. And for checking in purposes, we encourage you to go to the hostels between 8 and 5 o'clock so that staff can receive you. And then where the hostels located, the women's hostels are located at the community center, at the community on Upper Hill, and the men's hostels are located in South B, very close to the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. I wish you a very pleasant stay at the university, and we look forward to serving you. Thank you very much.
Stand by. 3, 2.
Jambo, everybody. I'll talk about the chaplaincy. My name is Father Ndikaru Atresia, and also senior lecturer at the government and religious, not religious, legal studies department. My office is located at the 4th floor, L block, just next to the Dean of Students. We have 3 chaplaincies, and this not only this university, in every university in Kenya, we have 1 Catholic chaplaincy, 2 we have Muslims, and then 3 we have Protestant chaplaincy. The Catholic chaplaincy coordinates all activities regarding or concerning the Catholic community. The Muslim coordinates and serves the need of the Muslim also community. The Protestant, and you have Reverend who will talk about that, serves also on the religious aspect, on the Protestant groups or community as a whole. Community means the students and also the member of staff. So let me talk about Catholic chaplaincy. And I said my name is Father Ndikaru Atresia, and I deal with guidance of the communities, the overseeing everything, and then controlling all the activities and make sure that they are done. The Office of Chaplains is in charge of the Mass. We have Mass on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then dealing with the administrations of sacrament. As a Catholic, we have 7 sacraments, and we offer all the sacraments except one. This is marriage, and this I deal only with the alumni. I also deal with the alumni. They have meeting on Thursday, and we had a wedding last year, about 3. Also this year we have about also 2 coming up, but only for alumni. But for us now, we have to wait, study first, and then we'll deal with the matrimony after. Then the chaplains, we perform the religious services. One is a spiritual support. A human being is not only a body, but we have also spirit. So we do support the spiritual aspect. Also the guidance and counseling of both students and member of staffs. And then we have social supports, and then inter-activity relationships. We are not only Catholic in this university. As I mentioned, we have also Protestant and Muslim, and we have to be as a team. So the objective, or our objectives are the spiritual and religious. Mostly we deal on the seminars, the workshops, and retreats. And we have various ceremonies, not matrimony, but a ceremony, especially for the baptism. Their first year, when you come, there are some people who were not baptized, but they are Catholic. The parents are Catholic, but you are not baptized. So I have to take you a semester or 2 semesters. Then we have to have ceremony for baptism, and then for the confirmation, which is done by the bishop. So when it comes to my students, that is YCS, Young Christian Student Leadership, we have very active students. And this is across. Even if you come tomorrow as a first year, you'll join us as a reader. And the moment we have 24 members group across, they sit down to plan, they organize, and then we mobilize the activity, which we are going to see shortly. Then the activities. The activities, we as a Catholics, we divide in 2. We have daily activities. Remember, not only dealing with the prayers, you have to go to class and other activities, sports and other whatever. So, but we have other activities concerning Catholics. Then we have term activities. So when we said or talk about a daily activity, at 1 and 5 every day of the week, there is a gospel scripture reading, and we share. These are it takes only 1 hour, because you have to go to class, or you have to go for a various lecture in the evening. So we take that opportunity to sacrifice our lunch for those kind of sharing. So like a week, like Monday we have a rosary at 1. At 4 p.m. we have a Holy Mass, and then at 5 we have a liturgical class. This liturgical class are those who the first year you have come, and maybe you are not baptized as a Catholic, and you have taken your instruction, and then at the end of the semester or 2 semesters, then we have ceremony for baptism. Then on Tuesday we have at 1 we have Bible sharing. At 4 we have choir. We have a club for choir, those who are interested. Of course, those who can sing, but you can also be trained how to sing, don't worry. So then on Wednesday we have Divine Mercy. They have a group for that. Then at 4 Wednesday we have Mass, like yesterday we had Mass. And then at 5 we have Catalan dancers. We also dance. Don't think we should not think that the religious people don't dance. We dance. We have that Catalan who does the dancing. As a club, it's a part of the activity. It's part of kind of a game. So on Thursday we have praise and worship, another group, and then at 4, that is on Thursday, we have Single for Christ. Is another club. Then on Friday we have the Fokorare at 1. It's only 40 minutes because they have about 10-15 minutes for lunch, and then you come for for the worship or whatever. Then on Friday we have the Fokorare, and then at 4 we have mass. Like tomorrow we have mass at 4 for everybody. That is a member of staff and also the student, Catholic student. So when we come to the semester, or call it a term activity, we choose randomly on a picnic where we visit. You know, we have been in an institution for long, day by day here. So we go out on Saturdays or even on Sunday just to relax, a picnic and a retreat. So we have various locations where we go for visiting in the city. So we cannot go far because we need to just walk. Arboretum, just to walk and chat and joke around. Then we have Gong Forest, then Bomas of Kenya, then Orulua, which is very good place for just relaxing on those hills. Then we have City Park, 14 Force in Thika, very nice. You admire the creation. Then you have Resurrection Garden in Karen. It's a big field. You just relax, and then Karura Forest, just admiring the nature or the creation. So then, when it comes to the semester retreat is where we go and I get a priest, a visiting priest, and then you have the whole day thinking about your life, not only study but your relationship with your God. We have Chumvi shrine, very nice place, for prayers and for reflecting about your life. Then you have Subukia, like Subukia, we have it on November, and the bishops will be there. But this year is limited because of the pandemic. Then we have Kikondi. Kikondi is in Nyeri, the hills. We go there and the whole day, and then come back. Then we had Nanyuki. Nanyuki had gone once, and we still planned to go there. In the Bible, you just go around the hill as you pray, especially reflecting about your life. Then we have charity. Charity we take very serious when it comes to charity. We organize ourselves. We contribute something. We buy clothing or food and whatever. And then we at least every term we visit too. Like Songambere Children Home. These are the homes for the orphans. We go there and stay the whole day, cleaning the place, cleaning their clothing, and even cooking for them for that day, and then singing together with orphan, and then in the evening around 5 after prayer, then we come back. So we have then St. Mary's in Mukuru Kwanjenga, then we have Njiro Children Home, and then Githurai Children Home, and then Beisaida Children Home. We always alternate the two because they are close near the city. We don't need to go very far. Then the catechism classes, which I do, or I invite the visiting priest, and mostly we get the priest from the Catholic University because there are many there to come and talk to the students. So then the catechism is only for those who have not been baptized Catholic. Then they have another activity, recording and shooting of the music video, and I'll give you the link where they have those in YouTube. Very nice music. If you have time, always visit and see how the students are doing or faring. Even not only the present student, even the alumni. Then we have what we call a joint music extravaganza. Again, it's a question of relaxing after school activities, studies, and everything, extravaganza. And we invite colleges and the university around, and then we get a theme, and then we just do music. Then we have small Christian community, and this is what we call the subgroups. Our students, stay around Nairobi in the various suburb of the town. And for example, we have small Christian community. Kizito, for example, those who are staying South B, near men's hostel, those who are staying there, they have their own time when they come and as a Catholic and pray together and share together. Then we have St. Augustine, a small Christian community. Those all students who are located around Nairobi City Stadium, they also know each other. Then we have St. Paul as their patron along Jogoo Road. Those who stay at Jogoo Road, they get a day, just 1 hour. They share, they pray together, and then after that they go to their various place. Then we have Rani Mawe just next to us, and the Karodeni. Then we have those who stay in Bahati na Makongeni, St. Maria Goretti. There are those also who stay in Ngara along Thika Road from the university. They have their day also. We have Mother Teresa as their patron at Injiro and Saika Kayore. Also, they have their own day, especially on Saturdays when according to the allocation which they allocate themselves. Then we have Arubat. These are the students who have their hostel at near Redis Hostel and Upper Hill. So they have their own day. They meet and just 1 hour, pray and then share. Then we have a group within the students. And we have choir, we have Katang dancers, we have Single of Christ, then we have Fokorare, and then Christian Life community, and the squad groups and Colombian. These groups, we have them even in the Catholic Church outside there in our parishes. So after living here, in the university, after completing the 4 years or 5 years or 6 years, when they go to their various parishes in Nairobi, Kisumu, Kakamega, Mombasa, they are able to fit very well with the choir member there, Catalan, Fokorare, and also the Christian Life community. They won't have any problem to marry themselves with the parish they come from. So from last year, or even this year, last year we had a bit, not a very good year. We stayed most of the time at home because of the pandemic. But when we came at the beginning of this year, January, we started Mass, and we limited ourselves to various according to the Ministry of Health guideline. So during Mass, we said there was no shaking. We used before the pandemic, we used to hug and whatever, but that one now we cannot do it now. Singing is also limited because most of us during Mass we have a mask. It's very, very limited. Then no procession during the Mass as we used to do. Then our Mass is only 40 or 30 minutes. Because we don't want to stay long during Mass. Then we sat down and we said, according to this guideline, during Mass, it is a must. Everybody should have a mask. And then after Mass, there is no grouping. We had a very good time after before last year, when after Mass, the people could share and be grouping. But now after Mass, after grouping, we just leave or go to classes. Then we, on the visiting of the charity, as I had mentioned, we limited ourselves. We used to go about 50, 60, depending the communication, mean of transport, excuse me. But now we have limited it to 25 students due to the pandemic to visit these places, and we need to be very careful where we visit these children. So then we have our website. I'm just winding up. We have a website, and this is www.kenyacatholicchaplaincy.org. You will find everything which I've mentioned. And we start the news from the Universal Church. What's Rome is saying. As a Catholic, we need to know what the Rome is saying. Then from there, we have news from Africa, the bishops on the Catholic. We don't mix with other news, local news, whatever pertains to our faith. Then from there, we have news which pertain Catholics from all 26 dioceses, Catholic dioceses. What are the bishops doing? What are the Christians doing? We all are on that website. Website. If you visit there, you'll get there. You'll see there. We also have a music in that. So I think the question I'll answer when you go to our website You can always ask the question there any time. And when you come to the university, please feel free to visit me. I'm always there from 8 to 5, and if I'm not in the office, I'm in a class teaching, and you don't need to make any appointment, please. Just feel free to come. So I wish you well when you come, and as the madam said on accommodation, the discipline is very, very important. Be clean, not only on the cloth, how you clothe, how you walk, how you whatever, but also in mind. Be very, very clean in mind, and take your time to learn things. Don't jump here and there. Since the university, you want to learn everything. It's not possible. So create your time for prayer. Create your time for the academic, and it's all allocated. Create time for the games, because the body also need exercise, and also the spiritual aspect. So karibu sana when you come to the university.
Welcome to the Technical University of Kenya. This is Protestant Chaplaincy. My name is Reverend Charlton Ochola. I'm the chaplain of the Protestant community. Indeed, as my colleague has indicated, human beings is a psychosomatic being. He's made of mind, body, and spirit. As much as you're coming for your academic adventure, it's important that you balance this with your spirituality. And of course, spirituality will give you the meaning of life, the purpose of life. That is very, very critical. And spirituality that you will develop also will give you meaning, a sense of hope to the hopeless. At times you'll be feeling very, very hopeless when you meet challenges in this community. But as you adventure to your spiritual life, it will give you a sense of hope. Your spirituality also will relieve you of stress and inspire peace within yourself. We undergo a lot of stresses, and of course various stresses, but as you come to practice your spirituality in form of meditation and prayers, this will reduce drastically. As you adventure into your spiritual life at the Technical University, you'll be in a position to make better choices. And in fact, throughout history, those who are grounded in their spiritual life have made informed choices, and of course better choices. So it's important for you to note that in your spiritual journey, you will experience happiness and contentment. You will not be doing things which are anti-societal. You will do things according to your spiritual value that you are placed in. It will also lessen your fear of death. Of course, death, we must die, but when you are a spiritual person, a spiritual being, it reduces that fear of death. And finally, it will also bring you together with your colleagues. There's a sense in which spirituality brings people together. And that is what I'm going to do next, to indicate to you which groups you are going to join when you come at the Technical University of Kenya for your spiritual journey. At the Technical University, we have, of course, as our director, our Dean of Students said, we have the Muslim population. And of course, if you're a Muslim, wherever you are coming from, you'll find a very vibrant group of Muslims. You are free to join at your own discretion. Then at the Protestant chaplaincy, we have the Christian Union. It's one of the robust movements at the university. Some of you are very spiritual when you are in your secondary school, and we don't want you to lose that spirituality that you had at your high school. When you come, you join the Christian Union and you continue. There should be that spirit of continuity. You continue exercising your spiritual vocation. In the Christian Union, when you come next week, you will find some desks just in front of the library where you can go and register as a member. And the officials will introduce you to the activities of the Christian Union, which I don't want to belabor now because of time. In the Christian Union, we have the patron who helps me run the union, and co-patron. You will meet them when you come to college next week. We have also the Seventh-day Adventist SDA group, which is again very active. If you come from the background of SDA, please feel free to come and join. And there's a desk also in front of the library waiting for you to go and register as a member. And finally, there is also Christian Outreach Fellowship. The Christian Outreach Fellowship is also another group that you'd also like to join. We have also the Staff Fellowship, and the staff within that fellowship will help you, will try to help you grow in your spirituality. So we have members of staff who are very keen on helping young people also mature in their faith. They will help you grow and adventure into more useful lifestyle in this society. So I'm wishing all the best. My office is located next to the Dean of Students' office. Of course, we are domiciled in the Dean of Students' office. So you come to the 4th floor, the second door after the stairs, you'll find me there, and we shall chat. We shall also help you to overcome some of the issues that you are going through as challenges, so that we develop you into total human being. A person who has the growth in the mind and the body, and of course your spirit. And may God bless you. Thank you.
Three, two, one, go.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabina Nganga. I am a counseling psychologist, and I want to say I am a proud student of a graduate from Technical University, so I know the kind of products that this university is able to give to the world. I want to take this opportunity to join my colleagues in welcoming you to this top-rated University of Technology. Indeed, it's not everybody who comes here. You have joined us because you are also a top-rated student. I want to make a presentation about counseling. And counseling unit is one of the units under the Dean of Students' office. And the unit offers psychosocial support to students who may be facing different challenges in the course of their university life. This office is manned by 2 professionally qualified counselors who work very closely with the departmental peer counselors. We have a pool of peer counselors who are drawn from each department, and even as you join this team, you join this university, at some point we shall call upon you to come and be trained to acquire the basic counseling skills so that you can be helping other students. This will give you a chance to develop as a person, and at the same time also to serve your peers. So counseling services in this university, they are free and are open to all the students. The motto of our unit is to support student psychosocial well-being for holistic growth. And our mandate is to provide quality psychosocial support services that prioritize the holistic development and welfare of all the students. So what is this counseling we are talking about? Counseling, which is also referred to as the talk therapy, is a process in which a professional counselor journeys with a client through issues that can be taxing their coping mechanisms. And the counselor helps the client to explore, to understand, and to take the appropriate action so as to be able to move from where they are, what we call the current scenario, to where they would want to go, or what we call the preferred scenario. This process is meant to help the client to appreciate the resources that they have that can help them deal with the issues causing them distress. And the counseling is actually a kind of a relationship that is aimed at helping the client to respond to challenges in their life. It's not a big thing. It's about helping you to understand yourself and be able to manage how you feel. So what are some of the issues that we handle in the counseling unit? Some of the issues that we handle in the counseling unit include, but are not limited to, career counseling. Professor talked about it in his opening remarks. We also handle issues of adjustment. It is important that we appreciate that this is a major period of your transition. You are transiting from secondary school to come to a university. Some of you may be feeling like it has come too soon. So it is important that we deal with the feelings that you have. Sometimes you may be feeling so overwhelmed. Prof also talked about the issue of culture shock. So it is important when you come here at an institution where nobody will be telling you it is break time, it is time for lunch, it is time to do this, where bells are never used, how you adjust into this life. Also, we acknowledge the fact that you are in a period of physiological transformation where you are transiting from being a teenager to an adult. These are issues that we need to deal with, and if we're not able to cope with them at a personal level, that's why the counseling office is there. We also deal with issues of loss and grief. We are in a COVID-19 era where we have lost some close friends, we have lost relatives, we have also lost people who are very significant to us. Maybe these cases are still pending, and you may not be able to deal with this. And so we can take you through the process of loss and grief so as to be able to adjust in a better way. There are people who imagine that in order to cope with the loss of a loved one, I need to take drugs, I need to take alcohol. Here we are saying we can help you to manage this loss in a more effective way without getting into drugs. Also, the issues emanating from the family. Yes, you have come to the university, but you have left a family at home. Your parents, your siblings are still at home. There could be issues in the family, issues of separation, the quarrels between the parents, the many issues that we all know that can follow you even as you adjust into the university life. Issues of relationship, yes, we are going to approach relationship maybe in a more mature way, where you are going to get into boy-girl relationship, where you fall in love with a girl today, tomorrow this girl is taken by someone else, or this boy has been taken by someone else, and you don't know how to deal with this. This unit is going to help you to deal with the relationship with yourself, what we call the intrapersonal relationship, as well as the interpersonal relationship. That is the relationship between you and the other person. We shall also help you to deal with stress. Yes, sometimes we get to a university and you are not able to cope with the stress that is coming from the workload. that we shall be dealing with, which is different from what we are used to. And also we shall help you to deal with post-traumatic stress disorders. Maybe you went through a traumatic experience when you are young and it is still following you and you are not able to adjust effectively. So we can help you deal with post-traumatic stress disorders, which are disorders that arise from experiences that you went through. They are painful and they were never resolved. Also, Prof talked about addictive disorders, and you had the same during the morning presentation from the health services. We are having students who come here and they get into these addictive disorders. Commonly, we talk of drugs and substance abuse, but we have a big issue now in gambling. You will come to this university, first of all, you gamble with your pocket money. It goes. The next thing is you gamble with your phone. The other thing is that you gamble with your school fees, the university fee. The money, the hard-earned money by your parents, you come and you place it on stake and you lose it. The other issue, I know I have dealt with students who even gamble with their laptops. Yeah? And sometimes you even gamble with the very important items. The last case I was dealing with was of a student who had gambled with his MECO, the MECO that he had been given by the parent to come and use in his hostel. So we are having these addictive disorders, issues of pornography, and also truancy, as you were told in the morning. You come here and you get a good reason to discontinue your fees or to suspend your studies. This is where you are going to the department and you take a form and you say, I want to defer for this reason. Some of the reasons that we are getting, they are not valid reasons. Maybe it is because you have engaged into a situation, and sometimes I am seeing boys, young men, who are deferring because they spent their school fees on a certain girl, and now here they are, they cannot continue. So you come and you defer your course. Now it is very important, even as we come to this university, to understand that you are coming in as an individual, but the whole family has been engaged into this process. Your mother, your father knows that you have gotten into a university, your siblings too, and at some point they shall be waiting for you to graduate. So they shall be waiting to hear about your graduation. It may not come in time. The time that we waste here, if you can monetize it, you will see the amount of money that you have lost by suspending your studies for whatever reason. So you can come, before you think of filling that deferment form, please come to the counseling unit. We talk about it and then we'll see what we can do to help. We also conduct trainings for peer counselors. I talked about that, where we give you the basic counseling skills that can enable you to just offer psychological first aid to your peers. Peer counselors help us also to identify counseling cases among students, and they refer them to us for counseling. So there are some few guiding principles, and one of them is, as you come for counseling, we professionally, we have to take the position of the client. This is getting into the frame of reference of the client. And so what we are saying is that we empathize with you. We shall take the assi position of your situation so that we will be able to help you effectively. The issue of privacy and confidentiality. Whatever you shall discuss, whatever you shall share with our counselors, it is going to be treated with the highest level of confidentiality and privacy. It is not going to be shared with anybody unless there is a limit to confidentiality. If you are going to cause harm to yourself or cause harm to others, and if there is an issue that requires medical attention, we shall involve you and we shall tell you so that we can refer you to the health service department. Also, we want to ensure that as you come for counseling, we develop some level of independence, that is autonomy, such that you do not have to rely on the counselor to make decisions. You do not have to rely on others to make decisions. The other principle is the unconditional positive regard. When you come for counseling, remember that we are going to give you that unconditional acceptance. We are not going to label you on the basis of where you come from, your social status, your religion. We are going to take you as our student who requires our help, and so we are going to take you with a lot of unconditional positive regard. The other thing is about respect. We are going to respect you. We are going to respect your feelings. We are going to respect even the cultural values as well as the religious values. And more importantly, we are going to respect your space. Now, where can we find us? Counseling office is on the ground floor of D block. We are situated in D2, room D2. And we offer our services between 8 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. on all working days. And finally, I just want to take this opportunity to just wish you a very pleasant and fruitful stay in this university. May the years that you spend in this university become monumental in what you do in your future. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My dear students, usually call you the first years or the freshers. Welcome to TUK, the Technical University of Kenya. Our students here call it the mother of all technical universities, north of River Limpopo and south of Sahara, if not the whole of Africa. This is a place where you'll be enjoying a lot with regard to academics, student social welfare, and even comradeship. So you are in the right place. You made the right decision to come here, my students. My name is Morso Chieng. I'm Senior Assistant Dean of Students in charge of sports, recreation, and co-curricular activities. At the same time, I'm a lecturer. But above all, I will be like your colleague, since we are in the Student Affairs Office. Just the way the Dean of Students said, we are your father, we are your parents when you come here. This is the only place you can come and cry, and we shall listen to you. This is the only place you can come when the work is too much at the classwork or even in your hostels, and we will listen to you. So feel at home and feel free with this office. The office is led by Professor Omondo Kech, and I can assure you, you are in good hands. My students, they usually say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I believe this last Monday, and especially this week, the step has started. And therefore, those of you who will be here for the academic pursuance, you'll be happy. My work is simple. I'm in charge of sports, recreation and co-curricular activities. My work is basically to organize, to plan, to monitor and supervise sports and co-curricular activities which are meant for students and even the staff. And they usually say that too much work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, or makes Jacqueline a dull girl. Here, we shall not allow you to be dull because of the work. The work here is tough. The work here is tough, especially when it comes to classes. And therefore, there's a place where you can release that pressure. There's a place where you can release that tension. And that is the sports, games, and recreation department. Our sports and games and co-curricular section organizes activities of varied divergence. For example, when you come here, we shall allow you to engage in leisure activities. We shall allow you to engage in recreation activities. We shall allow you to engage even in entertainment activities. We shall allow you to engage in drama. We shall allow you to engage in music. All those things which you used to do at secondary school level, plus others which you never did, are here. So you are in the right place. Because even now, after the 3 years, or after 4 years, or after 6 years, there are guys who are taking 7 years. You will be a professional. You will be an engineer. You will be an accountant. But above all, you can also be a sports professional. So, usually in a place like this, the way the dean was saying, we are meant for your holistic growth and development. Growth basically deals with the size, the length, the height, even your muscles, because you are still growing. But development deals with qualitative growth. And there are what we call the emotional part, there are the spiritual part, and again the intellectual part. But what about the physical part of your bodies? So you'll get them here. To cut the long story short, if you want to come to the sports, games and recreation, remember I'm talking about drama. Remember I'm talking about choir. Remember I'm talking about clubs and societies. Remember I'm talking about entertainment. I'm not only confined to sports. There is, the first thing you'll do, you'll register. You'll show your interest. And the registration to join these clubs or teams is free. It's free. You don't pay any money. The only thing we need is your interest. Your interest and even your talent. Sometimes people come who are not interested, some are not talented, but their friends can influence them such that they come in and they actually become some of the best. So one of the qualifications is, first of all, you will be a student. You have to be a student of 2K. Then you must have individual interest at that level. You also need some personal talent. If you are talented in drama, please come in. If you are talented in football, come in. If you are talented in rugby, come in. Also, if you are a beginner who just want to start, who feels that sleeping in the hostel is not very good for him, you are welcome. You are not only dealing with talented people, you are even dealing with beginners. Where do you register? And what are the modes of registration? The world has gone digital. Even here in UK now, we are dealing with you through online. You register online, that's one mode. There are sports and entertainment portal. You can register through that. You can also come physically to the Dean of Students office at 4th floor, or to my office at the Senior Assistant Dean of Students at Block D1. You can also register through SATUC. SATUC, you will know what SATUC means as we continue. There's a student who's in charge of sports, entertainment and culture, you can register in their office. You can also register during the club's activities. You can walk in when the clubs are having the activities. For example, if you come to TUK and you register, you'll go to our main hall. You'll find drama people doing their activities there. Walk in and register. You will also find badminton, table tennis, closely there. Walk in and register. That's what we mean by walking when they are doing it. Also, you'll be hearing people are saying, do, re, mi, fa, so. So find out where they are and register. Those are the music and choir team. Again, there is also a registration desk, especially during this orientation period, at a place which we call the Red Square. Find out what the Red Square is. We are all new. So those are also terminologies which you come here, you need to equip yourself with. Because sometimes they will tell you, students, power. We meet at Red Square. Now, so those are some of the things you really need to know. Again, you have got the social media groups. For example, the WhatsApp group, the Facebooks. These students are in WhatsApp group and Facebooks, and they can invite you through those channels and register. So don't say you don't know where to register. But above all, find out. Now, what are the levels of competitions here at the university, and what are the levels of engagement? Well, I'm talking about even drama, I'm talking about even choir, I'm talking about sports in general. First of all, we can engage at department level. There are competitions which are done at department level. Sometimes the classes also say, this class of ours, Mwalimu, we would want to go and showcase our talents. We allow you. You come and tell me. You go as classes, as a class, because there are some big classes, go and participate there. Again, then it's department where the classes comes. Then the school. There's here what we call, it is divided into schools the way they didn't told you about 18 schools. And every school, usually they organize themselves, especially on the weekends or on the weekdays, and they compete among themselves. From there, you also identify talented students. Also faculties. Students also organize themselves in faculties, and they come together and compete. Then, after that, we also have our teams now for the university teams. These university teams participate in Kenya University Sports Association, games, leagues. Again, we start at what we call zonal or conference level. If we win at conference level, we will move to national level. And again, we move up to East African level, we go up to African level, and we go up to world level. For example, our chess team is currently playing world standards. Our badminton team is now playing with the world people. Now what we call it the International Federation of University Sports. That's what I'm FISU. So if you come here, you'll be surprised. Some people come to the office and say, I don't know where chess is played, I don't know where football is played. Please find out. Again, the way the dean told you, we also engage in national federation leagues. What do we mean by national federation leagues? FKF, Kenya Swimming Federation, Kenya Badminton Association, Rollball, Kenya Hockey Union, Kenya Rugby Union. These are called federations. And I'm sure you people follow sports a lot. For example, currently, football and basketball, their federations are going on. We are at the Nairobi Regional Football League, and we are leading there. I think, God willing, if we become #1, we are going to for nationwide. So these are areas where you can do your best. But again, we have national competition. For example, we have, when you come to drama also we do it at zonal level, we go up to national level. The dean, our dean of students here is a very active sports person. Actually, he's my hockey coach, and he also in drama. And the dean of students is also a national federation official, a very serious person. Hata wezi kumshinda kwa mbio. And again, I can tell you, the drama also goes out for their national events. They go to State House, they go everywhere. Music the same. So, what are some of the games we have around in TUK? In TUK, we have 52 active games, very active games. Actually, they are not 52. We can talk about 30 active games, but when we divide them into ladies and men, the teams are 52. Because if you are ladies, if you are playing ladies football, please don't go and join men's football. If you are ladies swimming, don't go and join men's swimming team. That's your own team. Because there's no day we will tell you today you as a swimmer go and add the number to the swimming team for men. So ladies have their teams, men have their teams, and they are all very vibrant. Some of the teams include athletics, basketball, hockey, volleyball, handball. Those ones you are doing in high school. But here you'll get other games like woodball, softball, rollball, roller skating, lawn tennis. I know you are doing there. You'll get here, we have got cricket. Actually, the national cricket assistant captain was our student. There are other games which are called floorball. These are now the emerging games. Some of you stick to what they had long time. But things are changing. The world is changing. We have that, we have table tennis, we have pool table, we have swimming, we have taekwondo, we have karate, we have judo, we have ajua, we have all these games. They are there. Even when you come here, please, you will get somewhere where you can fit in. If I talk about music, in music, we have the choirs. And you know what a choir is. We also have the solo verses. We have the chorals. We have the set pieces. So where can't you fit? We even have traditional dances here. So where can't you fit in? If you are one person who was dancing Kilume in Ukambani, come over. If you are a person of Isukuti, come in. So we are all here for you. Now, if you talk about drama, believe me, my students, most of our drama, like if you look at the Tahidi High, the first crop of Tahidi High students were TUK students. All of them. And if you can get that clip, you could see our men's hostel and our ladies hostel was always at the background. And that Citizen TV, even now if you look at Maria, look at Zora, our students are there. You will not believe they are there. They are there and they are earning. They are earning because one was telling me every show they are given 20,000. I don't know the truth. I don't know the truth. That's what they told me. Whether they are lying, I don't know. But remember, these people even go up to State House. They shake hands with the Unye. They shake hands with all those other people, the president. So if you are left behind, don't say you are in the university and you never did those ones. Where are our fields of play and our areas of training? Drama, music, and clubs are basically within the university here. They are basically within the university, and getting them is so easy. The ones that may be challenging you are sports. For example, you'll find out we train at South Sea grounds. I know you don't know where South Sea is. Come in, we'll tell you where South Sea is. We have our grounds at South B. We also have TUK halls. Those ones are here, where we play indoor games. And we also swim at YMCA, our swimmers. Some of our swimmers, sometimes we take them to Nyayo Stadium. Also UON, we also train a lot of, we use University of Nairobi, we use RTI, because you can't also live and you can't borrow salt from your neighbors. There are areas where you also borrow facilities. And I can also tell you they also borrow facilities from us. What the universities provide. My students, when you come here, we are not doing professional sports. We are doing amateur sports, and these sports are basically meant to complement your difficult work in classes. And when you play for us, we assume you are doing your own thing because you are a TUK student. It's like you are going to class. Some are asking, are we paid or we are not paid? There is no payment, my students. There's no payment from us, and there's no payment from you for you to join these teams. But there are things which we provide. We shall provide with equipment, uniforms, and playing gears as teams, not your personal. Boots will provide you, hockey sticks will give you, but then after the game you return them. So those are things which we shall provide you. Again, Occasionally, during the weekends, because the nature of our university, the way Madam Accommodations Officer told you, we don't have a lot of facilities here for sleeping. So what do? We give students some stipend because they are coming from home. It is not payment. It's some just little money, a token which we are giving you. You can use it to board a vehicle to come and play. You can also use it to buy something to buy it. But we provide all those ones. That's not payment. But when we go outside, for example, when we go outside to Mombasa, when you go out to Kisumu, especially outside the Nairobi town, we shall provide you with meals, transport, and accommodation. We don't give you money per se, but we provide these ones in kind. So when you want money for participating, then you need to sign a contract with a club like Gor Mahia or FC, and you become a professional out there. Then they pay you. Actually, most of our students here who have played up to that level, that's what they do. But I can tell you also, TUK provides a conducive environment for their players and teams. Achievements. What will you achieve when you come here? One, it gives you opportunity to engage positively. It gives you opportunity not to indulge in other things which can ruin your life, the way Madam Councillor told you. That's number one. Because you will be taking your time on positive things. Number two, it is building you. It is building your emotional capability. It is building your spiritual capability. It is building your physical capability. It is also making you to read hard in class and therefore intellectual capability. Those are benefits. And you may not put them in your hand and see. But they are the most important benefits which you need here. If I've left that, some of the students here perform beyond expectations. They perform beyond expectation. They are so talented that after they have played for our teams, they get teams outside. For example, one of the players that you have heard about in this country is Michael Olunga. Olunga has not graduated, but he calls himself engineer. If Olunga is an engineer, surely, where did he get his engineering title? From TUK. And therefore, when Olunga was playing for us, he played for a short time. I don't want to say that he played so much. He was taken number one by KCB. Then from KCB, he went to Tusker. Then from Tusker, he went to Gor Mahia. Then from Gor Mahia, he went to Europe. So, right now, Olunga is in another level. Olunga is in another level, I can assure you, because of his talents. Also, some of our students here, like Chess team. Chess is now playing for the national team. Chess are earning money. Those teams are paying for them fees. They are enjoying. They are getting into aeroplane every day, which I don't get. They are walking all over. So, again, when you talk about us here as students, we enjoy more than the ordinary students in sports. Every weekend, people are out. People are going to Mombasa. People are going to Turkana. People are going to Garissa. If you have never gone there, come here. Come join sports, you will see. You will enjoy and you will be happy. And you will join and even earn money when other federations get you. Now, some of our students who have been very, very good, we call them the GOATs. We call them the greatest of all time players. These are students who have been very good to us. One, let me talk about Michael Olunga. Olunga is now the captain of Harambee Stars. If some of you follow football, I know most of you may not be following football. Olunga was our student and is earning. Another one is called Marcelo Eric Ouma. He plays in Harambee Stars, the left wing. Look at that left wing, the player that even when we went to Rwanda, find out. Again, we have got other very good players here, like Joyce Nyarwai of chess, Sasha Mungeli of chess. In rugby, believe me, my students, there was a time when out of 7 teams, 5 were from TUK. Find out Horace Owiti. Horace is earning in America. Find out somebody like Omondi, Sam Omondi. So okay, guys, I just want to tell you some of the things we are having here. If you ask the dean, he will tell you that in the team that was going for Olympics, our karate team and our karate and our taekwondo team failed the last minute. Otherwise, currently, we are champions. My students, I would want to finish by saying that in sports, our cornerstones are discipline, conduct, timekeeping, and good social values. I would want all the students who are coming in and joining sports to be vaccinated. I may not want to say anything about that because for you to engage, you have to be vaccinated now. It's becoming the in thing. So be prepared. Thank you so much. And I wish you a good time at UK. Asanteni sana.
Okay, good evening, comrades. Today I'm going to introduce to you our SATUC union, where we have the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, the sports secretary, the secretary general, the gender and social welfare secretary. We also have our sportsman. And today, let me be brief. I'll just introduce to you very new things. I know you have graduated from high school. Congratulations to have gotten a chance in the Technical University of Kenya. This is one of the top-rated university around Nairobi and the globe. Welcome and feel at home. Hi, I'm Peter Mani Mwangangi, the president of the Technical University of Kenya, or else the chairperson of the SATUC union. SATUC stands for the Student Association of the Technical University of Kenya. Kindly feel free to interact with us. Our motto in the university is education and training for the real world. Feel free to interact with us, argue with us, get us involved in leadership. We will guide you through all the things you like to have in an interactive session within the institution. Currently, as the chairperson on behalf of the students of TUC, I would like to congratulate you again, welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya. Let me take you through the Students Association of the Technical University of Kenya, where we have our mandate as to advocate, to represent, advocate, and enhance the interests and welfare of students. Within the pardon? Oh, thank you. Within this association, we vigorously advocate for our interest. We represent the students' fraternity within the institution. We are the first antmen when you have issues concerning your welfare, when you have issues concerning your fees, when you have issues concerning your rooms for learning. Maybe if you get a chance also to be a leader, kindly feel free to interact with us. We also have class representatives within our association where we consider them as the first ansmen for the students. Comrades, let me just be brief. Welcome. Run for these seats. We have class reps at grassroots. As you progress, when you will be having our general elections, you will get a chance to vie for any seat in the executive, in the Congress. In the executive, we have 7 seats, as I've mentioned. In the Congress, we have 18 schools. Our speaker for the Congress is around, will speak about that. Let me take you through the executive, which is the Student Council. In the Student Council, we have the chairperson, who is me, Peter Mwangangi Mani. I am the head of the Students Association of TUK, representing this association, abbreviated as SATUK, to different forums across the country and also abroad. This comes to you as news that we also get chances to represent our association, our school, outside the country. Recently, we had been invited to a Prokmura. Prokmura is a program of Christian Muslim Association where we advocate for unity and tolerance between Christians and Muslims, where you don't see a Muslim and see a terrorist. Comrades, our union, that is the SATUK union, it is also under the patronage of our Dean of Students, Professor Omodi Okech. When you get chance, we'll interact with him as the Dean of Students. We interact with him as the patron of our association. The organs of the SATUK, we have the Student Council and the Congress, as I have told you earlier. The SATUK, I have told you what it stands for. Kindly go through it. If you get time, we will share with you the constitution of the SATUK, where you will get the responsibilities of each and every person in the union. Also, you will get to know what SATUK does in detail. Now that we are running at the interest of time, the same way you didn't get a chance to have a physical orientation, now that we have this COVID-19 crisis. When we get time, we'll enumerate all these things physically as we see you, as you see us. All of us, we are over 40 students, leaders who represent you in different forums, different levels within the institution. This SATUK, it is a body comprising of students tasked with advocating for the interest of entire students' fraternity in TUK. In this union, you bring out your interest, you bring out your grievances, we address them as a union. And as we address them, let me now baptize you. You have been hearing me mentioning of comrades, and not students, and not freshmen. Comrades is a term for the students at the level of our campus. We use it vibrantly, and we also have a greetings for us. We normally say comrades power, and we say when we say comrades power, you respond power. Comrades ria, you respond comrades ria. When we say comrades actu, you say actu. In this regard, let me also introduce to you a peaceful one, which is God is good all the time, and all the time God is good, and that is His nature. Wow. This is a slogan which personally I use alongside comrades power. It is good when you get time to interact with you. You'll get to learn more about comrades power and the rules governing the comrades. Comrades is ever right. In the event where you are wrong, kindly note, you can't be wrong. You can only slide and you be guided. That's why we are here, and that's why you have seen our elders here. For your information, I'm one of the youngest presidents around, and you will get a chance to interact with me, get a chance to interact with other leaders who are very young, educative, and more encouraging. Let me take this now to the next level, where I'll take you through I'll not dig down to most of the things that we do, but I'll just give you a tip of the iceberg of the things that we are mandated to do in the different levels of those elective positions. First of all, before I take you through this, these positions are elective and they are very competitive. For just future reference, you will get to know these positions you have to vie for, and they are conducted through a secret ballot. Where you get elected, you get a chance to serve comrades at the level of a student leader, beginning from class reps to this level of presidency, in conjunction with other leaders at different levels. Currently, we had concluded our elections on 2nd September. That's where we got all these leaders. Firstly, that is the president, who is me. I have told you the things that I'm mandated to do. Let me go to the vice chairperson, who is mandated to take care of societies and clubs. If you have a club or any initiative, you can talk to her nicely. Make her understand what you mean and how that association or club can accommodate the interest of comrades. Get her to understand very well so that you can take time and register it. The Secretary General. The Secretary General represents the students overall from this university to other universities at the level of public relations. I'm taking you through very fast in the interest of time. From there, the Secretary General, we have the Gender and Social Welfare, who is Mercy Kimani. Currently, when you join us, you'll get time to have her contact, and also other leaders interact with her at personal level, get time to learn how the gender and social welfare affects you. That's where you find girls being affected due to these monthly occurrences which affect you. Take time, reach to her. If you are a girl, if you are a boy, get to know how she can help you get through the problems concerning gender and social welfare. From there, we have the Finance Secretary, who is Mr. Kirera. This man takes us through advises the union, the SATUC union, on basis of finance, and also is one of us who signs the budget if we have an event, like when we'll be planning for your freshers night. Karibuni sana, you will get to know how the freshers night can be beneficial to you and also to other students around you. I'm almost concluding. We have the Sports, Culture and Entertainment Secretary who represents you at the level of Sports and Entertainment Secretary, and also plans for events you to attend and also get a touch of these activities as outlined in the Constitution, which will be sent to you once you join us and have those WhatsApp groups where we'll be interacting with you at personal level. Lastly but not least, we have the Academic Secretary, who is one of the greatest men around, Mr. Frederick Barasa. He will be sorting you cases concerning school fees, cases concerning fee statements, cases concerning payment of fees crisis. Kindly, when you get in the university, take time, be with us, interact with us, get to know why these things are like this and not like that, and why are you in a university, one of the top rated. One of the reasons is that you have excelled well in your exams. Secondly, you got the mercies of the Lord to be selected to join us. Very many guys had that dream of joining the Technical University of Kenya, and we are very happy to have you. We will treat you well, we will guide you where you need us, and also take your time to feel the leadership around, as you also do education and training for the real world. Thank you.
Good evening, comrades. Congratulations and welcome to the Technical University of Kenya. My name is Shampi Anangendo Gakuna. I am a school representative and I am also the Speaker of the Congress of the Technical University of Kenya. As you have been told, we will be referring to the Students Association of the Technical University of Kenya as SATUK. Now, how do you become a member of SATUK? You will find the Constitution in your respective student portals, and Article 5 on membership and membership fees. Section 1 states that you are a member of the SATUK by virtue of being admitted to the Technical University of Kenya. So karibu, wewe ni mtu, wewe ni member, wewe ni mmoja wa SATUK. Now, you are recognized as a member of SATUK by the law of Kenya and the University Act number 42 of 2012. So one might ask, what are the benefits of being a member of SATUK? One of them is that, okay, first and foremost, SATUK is the first basis of relation as you come into the Technical University of Kenya. We are here for you. And as the President has said, we are here to defend you. We will be with you all the way. We will provide you with a form of mentorship because we are also fellow students. We are also fellow comrades. And I represent the students, the school representatives as the speaker, and the Congress in general comprises of 1, the Students' Council, as has been explained by the President, and number 2, the school representatives, number 3, the hostel representatives, both the male and female, the Speaker, who is me, Shampi. There's also the Vice Speaker, whose name is Aaron Bundi, the Clerk of the Congress, whose name is Doris Cherop, and also the the Sergeant of Arms, whose name is Gere Sigunga. So when we're talking about the benefits of becoming a member of SATUC, number 1, in terms of academics, you were told that for you to qualify for your examination, you have to attain a class attendance of 75% minimum. So when you attend 75% of your class, of all your classes, and you have any issues maybe to do with your exam and all that, we will be here to defend you. As long as you follow the school rules, the school representatives mostly will be there to defend you whenever you need any assistance, and do not hesitate to reach us. Tumesema tuko hapa kwa ajili yenu. And also we have things to do with the gender and welfare. If you look at the school representatives, there are 2, male and female. I personally, I am the female I'm a female school representative. So if you are a girl child and you would like to matters to do with, girls and all that, maybe in my school, do not hesitate to reach me. Same as you are a female school representative. If you are a boy, because I use the word girl, if you are a boy, do not hesitate to reach your male school representative to help you to deal with these matters. Also, we've been talked to about things to do with sports, games, and all that. Whenever you have any difficulties, challenges to do with all these things, academic, gender and welfare, sports, this is why we are here. We'll be helping you to, cope with all these things. If you have any issues with the dispensary, we are the people that you will be reaching. So at the school level, I will be talking on the most basic from the most basic part of the SATUC. Now that is in your respective classes. If you have any issues, you reach your class representative. If the issue is a bit ambiguous or maybe needs a bit of help, do not hesitate to reach your school representative. So this therefore means that at the departmental level and at the faculty level, you will be dealing with your various school representatives who will be available for you and to serve you. And also, the main purpose of the school representative, of course, we work harmoniously with the Students' Council. We are there to keep them on toes, but also to ensure that the various needed services are attained. And all this while we are working through our Dean of Students, who is very helpful and is guiding us through this process. In general, we are the bridge between the students and the administration. So, being your fellow students, we understand your problems, and because we have also been there. So we help you to connect with the administration to ensure that everything goes on well. As I finish, we really look forward to interacting and receiving you, serving you, and we are here for you. And as I finish, there's one thing the President forgot to mention. We usually say here that comrades are wise. And comrade, if you have any issue, wherever you are, unakuwa wise, do not hesitate to reach us. As I have mentioned it countlessly, we are here for you. Thank you.
Ready? In 3, 2, go. All right, thank you very much. And that is the Dean of Students' Office. I just want to reiterate 1 or 2 points before we close it up. One, you need to take note of your rules and regulations. As you're coming into the university, many of you might think it's going to be laissez-faire. It is not going to be that. There are rules and regulations that guide us. Of course, we do recognize that you are adults and we will be operating with you as adults. We also want to take note that we will also not allow wayward behavior. We will be guiding you as appropriate. The other thing I need to let you guys know is that do not depend on other students to tell you what happens in the university. If you have any doubt or you are seeking any form of information, our office is always open. You can come in, you can talk to us. We will be free to discuss with you anything confidentially, and we can always provide you with information that is necessary. So don't retreat into your hideout, or don't hibernate and hope that things will be sorted out. You may come out when they are already too late. So we encourage you to come and visit us so that you discuss issues with us. We are very open and ready and willing to discuss anything with you. So I take this opportunity once more to welcome you. I've seen a lot of questions that you have asked online, and there's somebody already responding to them, so we are aware of some of the things you are asking. But when you are here, do not hesitate to go into any of those offices, and more so the Dean of Students' office, to seek for information. I take this opportunity to welcome you once again, and I look forward to seeing you both in class next week as well as within the compound. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Cross-border radicalization, particularly from Somalia, is quite a big contributor to the chemical threat issues that we are currently facing in Kenya and East Africa at large. As you may have heard, of course, there was an attack at the Dusit Hotel in January on the 15th. And of course, what came to mind was if they were not using conventional weapons, because the question about a chemical attack is not if, but when it will happen. So these radical elements around East Africa and in Kenya really are the greatest threat to the region as such. The academia has been involved largely in reaching out to the chemical players in Kenya and in East Africa, particularly Somalia. And this has not only covered talking to the academics who deal with chemicals on a day-to-day basis, but they've also reached out to industry and taught them best practices in terms of how to protect their facilities that deal with chemicals. However, they have also talked to the informal sector, which is very large in Kenya and in Somalia. They've talked to them about these dual-use chemicals and how to keep them safe away from the hands of these radicalized elements in the region. They have also gone a long way in trying to talk to the first responders on how do they actually deal with incidences where we have a chemical attack, so that they're always prepared to respond. And finally, the academia has gone a long way in talking to the people who actually trade in chemicals, especially the suppliers of chemicals, and informing them that some of the chemicals that they are supplying could be benign in nature, but of course combined with other things can actually be very dangerous weapons. Now, the law enforcers, of course, will not work in a vacuum. They work in an environment that involves people who they are protecting. Now, their job becomes hard if the people they are protecting are not aware of some of the dangers that chemicals would actually result in. And working with Kenya Chemical Society, we bring together not just academics, but industry players, and we are in interaction with the cottage industry. We are in contact with farmers, for example, who are dealing with fertilizers and all sorts of chemicals that could actually be weaponized. So law enforcement, in this case, can benefit from these interactions where we bring them together with the other community that we are in interaction with, and they can also now give their perspective on how to approach, trying to minimize the use of chemicals being used to attack the populations in Kenya or in East Africa as such. Also, in our engagements with the law enforcement, we've come into conversations with them in terms of how can we help them in terms of disseminating information that they think is not so sensitive and will not cause a security risk to our members and the industry at large. Thank you. For East Africa and Kenya in particular, radicalization and not just radicalization internally within Kenya, but also cross-border radicalization, particularly from Somalia, is quite a big contributor to the chemical threat issues that we are currently facing in Kenya and East Africa at large. As you may have heard, of course, there was an attack at the Dusit Hotel in January on the 15th. And of course, what came to mind was if they were not using conventional weapons, because the question about a chemical attack is not if, but when it will happen. So these radical elements around East Africa and in Kenya really are the greatest threat to the region as such. The academia has been involved largely in reaching out to the chemical players in Kenya and in East Africa, particularly Somalia. And this has not only covered talking to the academics who deal with chemicals on a day-to-day basis, but they've also reached out to industry and taught them best practices in terms of how to protect their facilities that deal with chemicals. However, they have also talked to the informal sector, which is very large in Kenya and in Somalia. They've talked to them about these dual-use chemicals and how to keep them safe away from the hands of these radicalized elements in the region. They have also gone a long way in trying to talk to the first responders on how do they actually deal with incidences where we have a chemical attack, so that they're always prepared to respond. And finally, the academia has gone a long way in talking to the people who actually trade in chemicals, especially the suppliers of chemicals, and informing them that some of the chemicals that they are supplying could be benign in nature, but of course combined with other things can actually be very dangerous weapons. Now, the law enforcers, of course, will not work in a vacuum. They work in an environment that involves people who they are protecting. Now, their job becomes hard if the people they are protecting are not aware of some of the dangers that chemicals would actually result in. And working with Kenya Chemical Society, we bring together not just academics, but industry players, and we are in interaction with the cottage industry. We are in contact with farmers, for example, who are dealing with fertilizers and all sorts of chemicals that could actually be weaponized. So law enforcement in
3, 2, go.
Good evening, freshers. I'm back here again, the academic registrar. This is Dr. Wamalwa, the registrar academic. So mine is just to thank you for your indulgence and your patience and the fact, and also still congratulate you for having been admitted to this university. I've just come to make a few comments. One is that I pray that tomorrow you are aware and you remember that tomorrow the Vice Chancellor will be giving his address
Now this begins at 11. The whole day is just reserved for the Vice Chancellor, but the function begins at 11. Now during this, his speech, we believe he should be able to tell you how we expect you to report on Monday, that is on 4th. Because of the challenges we have in terms of the pandemic, you are aware that we are not having allowing big groups. So we may find it a challenge allowing all of you to come to the university. But we are coming up with modalities on how the first day should run. So the Vice Chancellor will take us through that. But I want to just mention 2 points before we close. Number one is that on this first day, we expect that you will have what we call here class representatives. And class representatives, each school, first of all, you'll have school representatives, those who represent a school for you in whatever school you belong. And then you will be able to also appoint the class representatives. The class representatives, in most cases, will provide the link for you for online classes. Now, otherwise, in terms of the admission process, it is complete. So long as you are at 100%, you've paid all the fees. The only other pending thing will be the ID card. Now, the ID card will be processed. We have everything that we require to process for you the ID card. Because remember, without the ID card, you can't go to the library. Without the ID card also, you'll have challenges if in the event that you're leaving the campus late. Normally, when you have an ID card, you'll have an easy time with the police. So we hope that these ID cards will be ready within this coming 2 weeks or 3, so that each of you will have that. Normally, we will alert you when they are ready, and we issue them by faculty. So otherwise, I wish you well. Tomorrow, the Vice Chancellor will be addressing you. You will get more information on how Monday will look like. Thank you very much.
This case can benefit from these interactions where we bring them together with the other community that we are in interaction with, and they can also now give their perspective on how to approach, trying to minimize the use of chemicals being used to attack the populations in Kenya or in East Africa as such. Also, in our engagements with the law enforcement, we've come into conversations with them in terms of how can we help them in terms of disseminating information that they think is not so sensitive and will not cause a security risk to our members and the industry at large. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to enroll yourself to the Health Education course unit once you have logged into the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. First step, you navigate site home, which is over here. Then on the search space provided, you type and search for health education. Then you search. Then scroll down to find the course, which is this one, Health Education UCCC 1201, and tap it. Then scroll down and note down the enrollment key that corresponds to your course, and for example, if you are pursuing Bachelor of Technology Geoinformatics, the enrollment key is ESEI/2020P. You should note it down. Then just below the enrollment key, there is a space for a text box for entering the enrollment key. You just type it there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to get your institution email address from the student portal. You need to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. So you come and search for the Technical University of Kenya. Click on this first link to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. Then click on the students portal link just above in the green here. Then click on login. Then input your registration number as your username and your national ID number as your password. Then log into the portal. As you can see now, after opening the portal, the email address is displayed in green and the password is just below it. For those whose account does not display the institution email address, send a request for creation to ictsupport@students.tukenya.ac.ke for the email creation, and please ensure you include your registration number and full names. Thank you.
I'll start by explaining from a personal perspective as an educator, a higher education music educator, that the opportunity to work not only with another university, another institution that is offering academic training, but also to work with partners in the industry, that was fantastic because it opened our eyes to the various other skills that we should be training for, the skills that are needed in the industry that graduates of a music program can actually fill. So that helped us to expand our program, our curriculum offerings. Then for the students, they got to learn that the industry is more than the traditional teaching and performing that they have done. So they got to learn that within that industry, there are other roles. There are managerial roles, there are organizational roles, there are arts administration roles that they didn't know that as music students they could fulfill. The partnership also ensured that in our curriculum in the universities we embed elements of actual industry-based learning. Now, in my university, that was ongoing, but I think it was more for the engineering courses. And now it is much more strongly embedded for the arts, especially the performing arts. Another thing that I really got to appreciate, one of the strong outcomes, is the networking that the students themselves did, the participants in the projects. When they went to the festivals, when they went to the other universities, they made friends. They made friends with people not who are doing exactly what they did, but people who are doing things that are different from what they did, but which reciprocated their activities. They were able to see the industry as a big ball, and their role in making sure that this ball keeps bouncing. And I thought those are some of the very key achievements that I was able to reap from the program.
The Technical University of Kenya is one of the main vocational training institutions in the country. As one of the leading education centers, the university attracts a large number of student enrollments. These large numbers have, however, put a strain on the institution's limited learning resources. But a recently launched project between AVIC International and the Kenya government to supply state-of-the-art equipment to vocational institutions in Kenya is gradually having an impact on the learning process.
Before the equipment, we still had some equipment, but they were not sufficient enough.
This lack of equipment in the past sparked criticism that most graduates from these institutions were unqualified for the demands of the job market. The collaboration between AVIC International and these institutions offers a platform for practical learning and for students to embrace technical skills development.
As you can see here, we have about 21 sets of CNC machines. In the other lab also we have another set of conventional machines that came in through this collaboration.
While on a tour of the institute, AVIC International chairperson and chief executive said that through the collaboration with Kenyan institutions, AVIC International would share the industrialization experience of China and add to the local culture.
Kenya 是一个年轻的国家，其中70%以上的人口是属于30。
Kenya is a young country with more than 70% of its population aged under 35. These young people are in urgent need of vocational training. Kenya's Vision 2030 aims to transform the country into a newly industrializing middle-income country. To realize this also requires a number of youth qualified with professional skills. Seeing China's experiences in the development of past decades and also in vocational education, we found that skills in mechanics as well as electronic and electric fields are the most important in industrial development. That's why we want to cooperate with the Kenyan side.
电子电工是整个工业发展的最基础的技能之一。
Beyond the mechanical equipment, AVIC International is also offering vocational skills training in the hope that it will improve the job skills of the local youth and promote the combination of production and learning.
With this, we were able to make a wide array of basically parts. We can make spare parts for vehicles. We can make spare parts for plants. Basically, plants includes factories. Sometimes you may have a broken down part that needs maintenance or replacement. We can come and do it here. So basically, we are talking, we can